that are already planted and beginning to sprout. There's the faint gurgling of water from the river nearby, and a door creaking open as an older half-orc gentleman, face covered in old scars, walks out into the crisp morning air. Bolton, how are you doing this morning?
Not bad. Shoulders are a little tight, so I do take a minute, just stretching that out, admiring the town. It's been good the last year or two. You know, good for the chest. Nice
Yeah.
deep breath. Oh, enjoyable.
Looking around at your little garden and yard outside of your house, you notice that under a little gazebo, that there's a half-finished canvas that Mary must have forgotten to bring in last night. There's a few crocuses that are starting to bloom that she was out painting yesterday.
He'll take a minute to admire the half-finished painting, and then just gently pick it up and set it underneath the awning and mutter under his breath something about the best intentions of sweet angels. Just to make sure it doesn't get rained on if there's a bit of a downpour later.
Looking up at the sky, everything looks pretty clear. There's a couple of small white fluffy clouds, not the rain kind of cloud. So today on your schedule, you have all of two things. Tonight, Mary is going to be playing at the Chalice and Chambers, which you are always there, especially because you have to lug her giant instrument.
Hi, I'm back.
Oh, hi, sorry.
It was supposed to be a quick trip to the restroom, but the restroom was occupied already.
Ah, my bad. Well, you haven't missed much. So tonight Mary's playing, and you are always there. And at some point today, you promised that you would go visit your friend Sam. She wanted to talk finance, and often in these situations, you feel like she understands more of it than you do, but she asks for your help anyways.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to try to help explain things. I mean, I helped establish a decent nest egg, but there's a lot to it, and he's often over his head. But he's trying to be supportive. So he's more than happy to go and at least listen to her and make common sense suggestions. He's good at the folksy wisdom.
With that in mind, what does Bolton do with his day?
Well, I think, all being fair, he'll spend probably a good half an hour, 40 minutes just chopping up some extra wood. Minor things to keep in shape, because he has been, retired from the business for a good 2 years, and he's a big guy. He's got a lot of muscles, and he knows if he doesn't take care of his body, they're gonna screw him up in 5 or 10 years. But after the woodwork, the wood chopping, and stacking that up, he will make a trip towards Sam's. But he'll take the long road and just keep it all casual.
All right. After you finish chopping the wood, you notice that there is no pain in your chest, whereas when you first moved here, that sort of physical labor would have brought about at least a slight twinge, and it brings some comfort to you to know that being here seems to be helping things heal.
Yeah, that's part of the other reason why he does the little bits of extra labor. He used to have that rapid heartbeat and the lightheadedness that just was killing him. So he's, whether it's the mountain air, whether it's the lower stress, he feels a lot better. And he kind of luxuriates in the fact that his body is working properly again.
So you take the long way, which isn't really that long at all. Instead of going directly there, you sort of loop your way through the town, passing a few homesteads, many wheat fields, a few horses and carts. People wave to you as you walk by. Hey, Bolton! Hey, Bolton!
Sorry, let me just... Hi! Morning! It's a hell of a sunny out day.
A farmer who's working in his fields just tips his hat to you. Walking sort of around the outskirts and then back up through town, you pass by a number of shops. There's a grocer's, a bakery, a Cooper's, a blacksmith's, a couple of taverns, one of which you will be staying at tonight. And there's really not that much else out here.
Yeah, it's pretty calm and it's got a nice atmosphere, you know. It's a heck of a change from the big city.
Mm-hmm.
Is
The
there
path route, yeah?
Is there any kind of a bank, or as Bolton would refer to it, a poke?
No.
So basically,
there is a money lender,
would
but
Bolton
that's
sort
the
of
closest
be
thing.
sort of pushing into that territory with his financial situation?
I don't know, are you?
I mean, he wouldn't be trying to do the business anymore, but if people need, if someone he trusts like Sam needs a couple silver, yeah, no, he's willing to help finance a project or two.
Then yeah, you are definitely starting to make a name for yourself as a money lender.
And, he'll keep things light like that. It's not for everyone, it's for friends.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yeah, he'll keep on moving.
All right. So moving through the town, the road takes you past some more houses, more wheat fields, and soon enough you see the cozy little wooden house that belongs to Sam that she shares with her child. There's a small pen of sheep, a new addition as of this year to go with the wheat fields that her house borders. These 3 sheep just look up and stare at you, chewing.
Sis, Mab, boss, how's you doing?
Eh.
He gives the male a good scratch.
The male likes you.
Then he heads on towards the house. His voice a bellow, but still polite. Hey, Sam, you up yet, lassie?
Yeah, get in here.
And wiping his brow, he heads inside.
You walk inside. The house is fairly modest, actually. Kiwi, why don't you describe your own house?
Okay. So it's pretty cozy. It's kind of like 1.5 stories on the ground floor. There's a bedroom where Sam sleeps and a small kitchen. And there's kind of a little area with a table and a few shelves that have little trinkets and 1 or 2 handwritten books. on them, but mostly just for the chairs. And then up a half flight of stairs, there is sort of like an attic bedroom where Epi sleeps. Um, and it's not like the fanciest thing in the world. They have a window that looks out, and they can see the sheep when they wake up each morning to hearing them bang. And they kind of think that adding the sheep was not the best idea in the world that their mom has ever had, but they're cute and fluffy.
Ah, kid, you just wait until the little ones show up. They're bloody adorable.
What is Effie doing this morning as Bolton walks in?
Oh.
Your mom, Sam, is sitting at a kitchen table. There's ink stains on her hands. She sits in front of a record book with a slightly manic look in her eyes. She gets like this sometimes.
How early is it?
Um, Not early enough to be unreasonable, but early enough that you should, or late enough that you should probably start heading to work soon.
Oh, okay. As Bolton comes in and says hello, Epi kind of tumbles almost down the stairs and waves their hand down the ropes that they're wearing, patting out any wrinkles. Good morning, Mr. Bolton. Shantae bless you. I have to go. And she or they turn to Sam. Mom, do you know where those parsnip seeds were?
Um, Windowsill.
Right.
And she points to a window. They are there.
And there's a small bag, and Epi runs up and grabs them.
Eh,
Father Oakfinger definitely wants these today for one of the farmers.
And Bolton will touch his brow politely to Epi and grin a little bit. Swell morning there, young Finn. It's bit sunny, light cloud, but that's off in the distance. Don't have too much fun now making the city such a swanky place, eh?
I'm not exactly sure that's what we do, but I appreciate it.
He chuckles a little bit. Not a problem. I'm gonna help your ma with the sugar.
No, you're here to help me with the wool that I'm gonna make.
Oh, I thought you were looking at the ledger still. My bad. And he takes the strongest of the chairs and he sits down at it and bends over the ledger. Is it
And
lining up?
And Epi runs out the door down the road towards the temple.
All right, you hear a bye, hun, as you run out the door. Back down the road that Bolton came. Through the town, passing by the baker who gives you a wave and the cooper who doesn't. The clanging of a blacksmith's hammer pauses as Silra, mother to your friend Saf, shouts, "Hi, Epi!" and waves, hammer still in her hand.
Epi, not quite the anime girl with a piece of toast in her mouth, but still kind of in that level of running down the street, turns and waves at Silra. Hello! Would I know if Saf would still be, like, at home right now, or if they would be out doing something?
Saf tends to start her day a little later than you.
Yeah. Then, Abby would just shout, "Tell Saf that I'll be at," what's the name of the tavern?
Chalice and Chambers.
"I'll be at the Chalice and Chambers tonight after I leave the temple.
Will do!
Don't hit your fingers. Well, don't let your Sun, make you hit your fingers because that's Mist's character, right?
Yes. Never
Yeah.
do.
And Epi just keeps on down to the temple.
All right. The the temple is a relatively modest building. That's only really marked by a stone fountain and a statue out front. The statue, of course, is of Shantea.
Mm-hmm.
And you, as you run inside, can you tell me what the inside looks like?
Yeah. So it's a pretty small building. At There's like a little bit of an antechamber and then another door. In the like antechamber, there's a few flower pots that have been planted with various crops, not ones that are typically grown in mass like wheat or potatoes or parsnips, but just other ones that Reverend Oakfinger has been experimenting with, hoping that Shantea will bless the town with a little more variety in one of the coming harvests. And then after that, it opens up into the more, what's the word I'm looking for? The area where people like come to both talk to Reverend Oakfinger and also like pray to Shantea.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like an altar to her at the back with another statue, and at the base of the statue there've been laid a bunch of sacks of wheat and other things, mostly donations that also serve as offerings to Shantea for a bountiful harvest.
Mm-hmm.
There's one or two like pews where people, usually farmers, come and sit and ask for blessings in the coming harvest. And then off to the left, there's a big wooden door which leads back into Reverend Oakfinger's kind of like office area. And then there's also a staircase that leads down to a basement where extra crops and various like ceremonial instruments are kept.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some windows that stream in light from outside along the eastern and western walls.
The given that it is mid-spring, the offerings here are definitely on the slim side. The harvest last year wasn't bad, but it's still, spring is sort of things haven't started to, things are just starting to grow.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear Reverend Oakfinger milling about in his office. Currently, there is nobody else in the temple, which makes sense. Everybody is currently working. What does Epi do with their day for the most part?
First, she will, or they will. I'm so good at my own character's pronouns. Sorry. They
Okay.
will head into Reverend Oakfinger's office and let him know that they're there and ask if there's been any news from any of the farmers, anyone who needs anything brought to them, or any issues that they might pray to Shantea for.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, they mostly spend the day cleaning the main room, making sure that the statue of Shantea is well kept, and also then they go down into the basement area and basically take stock of what they have as far as like extra seeds and also donations from the townspeople. And of course, anyone walks in um, seeking either guidance or assistance in prayer, they try to help lead them in praying to Shantea for whatever intercession they might need.
All right. A couple of hours pass by. You do some of your cleaning. Go down to the basement to do some of your stock keeping. And as you come up from the basement, you hear a couple of voices. Reverend Oakfinger is talking to a young man, a young human man that you would recognize as... well, actually, I should ask, how often or how much time do you spend at the tavern?
A decent amount.
Okay, then you would recognize the bartender from the Chalice and Chambers. His name is Drake. And Reverend Oakfinger waves you over and says, Epi, would you be willing to go with Drake here? He's told me that his grandfather's farm's having a bit of trouble. A couple of strange dead patches, or... Why don't you go check it out and tell me what you think.
Okay. And so Epi goes and grabs a notebook, either one that's laying around or in the basement, so that they can take notes and bring them back. And after they get back up, they look at Drake and are just like, well...
Yeah. He smiles a bit and says, follow me.
Okay.
And the two of you walk out of the temple and into the almost noon now sun. You walk through the town. Once again, you hear the hammer of the blacksmith. Silra is still working away hard. But you don't pass her as you go outside of the town. But there is somebody else who is listening to the hammer of the blacksmith. As Saphira is getting ready for her afternoon teaching appointment. Silver, what does your morning routine look like?
Well, after I wake up and go discuss with Ying about this book that I have found next to me, and find the one that I actually had when I went to sleep, I go help Mom in the blacksmiths and see what errands she needs. This morning she just needs me to help with the bellows, keep the fire nice and hot for everything. But I have to get any errands and stuff done before I go teach the children in the afternoon, because they all got to get their morning chores done.
And how about Ying? While his sister is busy helping Mom in the mornings, what does Ying do?
Probably help out as well in the mornings.
Sorry, you were a bit muffled there. I couldn't.
Probably help out in the mornings as well until he's shooed away.
Yeah. Just helping cart like iron to and from the forge. So, Saphira, as you gather your things and head out to your afternoon teaching appointment, your mom waves at you and says, can you bring some milk home when you're done?
Of course, Mom.
Oh, and I saw Epi this morning. They said that they're going to be at the Charleston Chambers tonight.
Cool.
If you could bring the milk home before that, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll try to remember. I'll see you later. Hopefully before I head off to the Charleston Chambers. I will try to make sure to get the milk home before then.
Thank you. Walking through town, you pass by the aforementioned inn that sounds like you will be visiting tonight. And through town to the east, you pass over an old wooden bridge that is not quite sketchy enough for you to be scared of it, but it is starting to show its age quite well. To one of the only couple of houses that reside on the other side of the bridge, between the river and the forest. And standing outside on the little stoop is an 8-year-old girl waving at you and shouting, Saphira! This little girl's name is Venna. She is, out of all of the kids that you teach and tutor here, she is maybe your favorite because she is there is a curiosity to her that that also resides in you.
How are you this afternoon, Benna?
Good! Daddy, she tugs on your shirt. Daddy said there was a bunch of shooting stars last night. He didn't even wake me up.
That wasn't nice of him. Shooting stars are amazing, and they were great. If I knew when they were coming, I would tell you.
Do you think there'll be more tonight?
There might be.
Saphira, what are shooting stars? Mom says that they're the tears of the gods. Dad just kind of shrugged and said he didn't know. That's not fun.
No. I've heard many stories about what they are, but no one's actually been able to prove anything about them.
Why?
Because they occur way high up and we never know when they're happening. So it's hard to get to them to figure out what they are. I mean, they occur in the sky.
She kind of scrunches up her little kid face.
They occur way up high above the clouds and the mountains and the trees.
Wow.
So it's hard for us to figure out what they are because they're just so far away.
Is that higher than birds fly?
Yes.
Wow. And she continues to pester you about shooting stars and how high up things can be.
I just continue to answer every question she has, eventually trying to direct her toward math and reading and writing.
Yeah, good luck for that.
I mean, I might get her to draw some shooting stars, but...
While Saphira teaches her young students, Ying, what do you do with the rest of your day?
Well, gotta see if there's any good opportunities for pranks
Uh-huh.
as they present themselves and in ways that aren't terribly harmful, so that doesn't get chased off completely.
All right. Why don't you make me a perception check?
Make sure to set it so it's not doing it at advantage. 12.
12. That's not bad. You spend a little time wandering around the town, hoping to like catch a glimpse of Notzagger, somebody else that you like to play a prank on. You don't see him at some point or at any point. Though you do pass by oh good God. Is it Spina or Spina?
Spina.
You do pass by Spina's, and she has a couple of books that she keeps especially for you, of the prank variety. Um,
See, she's an enabler.
mm-hmm. But only if you don't tell anyone.
Oh, he never tells.
So picking up one of those, and heading back home to hide it, hopefully. As you sort of pass through the edge of town, the east edge of town, you look over to the house. You know that your sister is teaching. And over the forest. And you see a weird flash of light. Very, very bright light. But it's gone in a split second, and you almost wonder if you imagined it.
That's a weird thing.
Yeah, it was very weird.
I wonder if there's anything interesting over there. Or anything interesting,
Maybe.
I want to investigate.
Okay. You still carrying your naughty book with you?
I would stick it in my shirt.
All right. So sticking the book in your shirt, you cross over the bridge, the only bridge that's over that river, and head into the forest to investigate a little bit.
Never seen from again.
I'm just scrolling through my notes. So everything's out of order. So daytime is usually pretty quiet at the Chalice and Chambers. Everybody's usually working, so there's only ever a few patrons in at any point before the sun goes down. But tonight you're expecting a larger than normal crowd, as it is Mary's weekly night and everyone loves some live music, especially from her. So what does Grimsby do to prepare for a busy night?
Grimsby will usually be making sure that everything is neat and tidy, trying to gussy up the Chalice as much as he can to sort of keep that image about his establishment. Making sure all the tablecloths are, just so, making sure there's fresh flowers put in. talking with all his employees, making sure that they're ready for the busy night, that they've had a good day so far, to make sure everybody's in pleasant moods, to make sure clientele are happy. And then just, making sure everything's well stocked. Other than that, I think.
All right. At one point, your bouncer, who is on a little bit early today just to help with some moving around of stuff, comes up to you and says, "Hey, have you seen Drake yet?"
Oh no, I haven't seen him this morning.
Is he coming in today?
He's on shift, so I would assume so. Did anything strange happen last night?
No.
Okay. I'll go try and find him then, I think.
Okay. I'll hold the fort down.
And I guess I exit the Chalice and Chambers to go find Drake.
Dressed in your are you dressed in your beautiful purple coat and your top hat? Oh, I love it. Exiting the Chalice and Chambers. There are not a lot of people on the one main road in the town. Where do you look first?
Do I know where Drake lives?
Yes.
Okay.
Just about everybody knows where everybody lives.
Okay. So then I would head to Drake's house to check on him.
Walking down the road, there's a couple people that sort of smile and nod at you. The baker waves. Hi, Grimsby.
Oh, hello. Good morning. And I tip my hat.
Yeah. They wave a baguette at you. Walking out, slightly out of town. You actually find Drake before you even get to his place. You see two people walking down the street a little bit ahead of you, and from the back you can tell that it's Drake. The other person you would recognize as a fairly frequent patron of the Chalice and Chambers, Epi.
Good morning, and you too.
Good morning, Mr. Grimsby.
Drake, will you be coming in this evening?
Oh, yes. Sorry. My grandpa's having some problems with his fields and asked me to help out. I'm really sorry.
Oh dear. Is that where you're along, Epi?
Yep. Mr. Drake came by the temple, and Shantae willing, we're gonna find out what's wrong with the crops and get them fixed.
Drake turns to Grimsby, so a bit sheepish. I'll just be like, 10 minutes, I'm gonna take Epi there, and then you can find your way back, right? Epi?
Yes.
Okay.
Epi knows where pretty much most of the farmers live, I would imagine.
Yes. Yeah. And he kind of turns back to Grimsby, unless he wanted to come.
I mean, it's a nice hour today. I think I could tag along. Wouldn't hurt.
Okay. So the three of you walk out. This farm is on the west side of town, away from the river, near an old windmill, long abandoned, for a newer, better one to the south. You walk through the rows of wheat sprouts, following Drake. And in the distance, given that the wheat is not very tall, it's fairly easy to see this old, grumbling gnome who, as you get a little bit closer, looks like he should have retired from farming about 100 years ago and is now only doing this out of spite. Standing at the corner of his field, arms crossed, foot tapping on the ground. As you get a little bit closer, you see right at the edge of the farmland, where wild brush and a few trees border the wheat field, is a circle of dead plants. The wheat sprouts, that most of them are about like hand high at this point, are withered and dry. The wild brush looks black and fragile, and even the couple of trees that are in this circle, the branches are sagging, their leaves are shriveled. It is a very, very strange sight.
Epi walks up and kneels down beside the plants and looks at them and tries to figure out if they can tell what in the world caused this.
Epi, as you are sort of absorbed at looking in the plants, you can vaguely hear Grandpa Prosser, who is a gnome, and Drake is a human, say to Drake, what took you so long? Been waiting here for an hour. No, you haven't, Grandpa. Make me a nature check. This is not something that Epi has seen before. Sometimes there are like things that can get in the water that will do stuff like this. Like a poison or a heavy metal. But given that it is a circle, it is about a maybe 40, 50 foot diameter circle. Given the sort of perfect nature of that circle, you think that that's probably not what's going on. It doesn't look like a fungus or some sort of plant parasite.
Okay.
Epi is kind of at a loss.
They would write all of this down in their notebook after looking at it, trying to like gauge how big it is. If they can't figure it out, it's possible that Reverend Oakfinger might be able to, or if it's not spreading, because like you said, it's like a perfect circle.
Mm-hmm.
They might be able to like send a letter to someone in one of the bigger temples and get a response back in a week or two, hopefully. Maybe they've seen something, and in the meantime, they can just ask for Shantaea's guidance and see if she provides any.
All right. What's Grimsby doing while Epi examines this weird dead circle of plants?
I would say that Grimsby's just sort of enjoying the scenery other than the dead plant stuff, because this isn't really his bag. He's just along for a good trip, a good walk with his friendly villagers, and that's all. So he's just sort of like enjoying the view.
I do have one question when I can ask.
Sure.
Does it have a distinct smell?
Ooh. You know what? Make an investigation check. Hot damn, Kiwi.
Why are these dice during all my other games?
There is a bit of a funny smell. It's. I don't know how I would. Like, I would describe it as gasoline. But I guess it smells a little bit like, maybe like kerosene.
Okay.
As you sort of poke around this area a little bit further, you do see something that you didn't before. It blends in pretty well with the dark brown earth. You just happen to kind of put your palm into something that goes squelch. And you pull your hand back, and all across your palm is this, like, sticky black goo.
Gross, 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 gross. What was the grandfather's name?
He's just grumbling about how long it took you to get here, and now how long it's taking you to do your thing.
Okay. I will turn to Drake then and ask if he has any water or anything that I can wash whatever this is off my hand, because it's gross, and if it killed the plants, I don't want it to kill me.
Oh, ew. I don't. I can hang on. I can go get you some.
Okay, thank you.
He runs away to go get a bucket of water. Grandpa Prosser kind of peers over at you. What's that?
It's whatever was in the dirt with these plants. It's not something I've ever seen before.
He kind of grabs a little bit off of your palm and looks at it, like brings it real close up to his eye.
Ugh.
What is it?
I don't know.
Kind of curls his lip a bit and then just like shakes his hand to try and get it off. Does not come off, just wipes it on his pants. Drake comes back pretty quickly with a bucket of water. It does not really come off with the water.
Grimsby reaches into his coat pocket and then pulls out a handkerchief and then hands it over to assist.
Does it come off when wiped off?
Yes.
Okay.
Does not seem to be water soluble.
I don't think I brought any soap with me. Epi just like gets this stuff off their hands. And thinking about it, asks Rampart Prosser if he has any, like, the word I want to use is vials, but that seems like too alchemical. Like, something I could take a sample of this back with me.
He kind of pats his pockets.
Grimsby also reaches into his coat again and then pulls out a flask and says, just one moment. And then just slams it and then hands it over.
Epi will rinse it out with some of the water from the bucket real quick, assuming that there was alcohol in there a moment ago. And then, like, try to, like, scoop up a little bit of the goop into it.
Alright, you get a little bit in there.
Thank you, Mr. Grimsby. I will try to return your flask in one piece.
Not a problem.
So, what? What do I do about this? Grandpa Prosser points to all of the dead stuff.
I mean, the only thing that we can do right now is pray to Shantea and hope that she answers our prayers. In the meantime, like I said, we're gonna try to look into it and see if we can figure out exactly what caused this.
He kind of grumbles a bit, but begrudgingly accepts your answer. Drake kind of comes over and says, I can help pull the trees out if you want, Grandpa.
Grimsby coughs a little bit. Very obviously, like.
Oh, sorry, Grandpa. I gotta go back to work. He looks at Grimsby a bit sheepishly.
We'll send some over to help your grandfather pull the trees out.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Sorry, Epi, I gotta get going. Or we gotta get going. Are you coming?
Yeah, just give me a minute. And so Epi just like kind of kneels down again near the edge of the destroyed crops and just whispers a prayer to Shantea under their breath, asking that whatever this blight might be, that it does not spread and that the land is not like permanently scarred from whatever this is.
Mm-hmm.
And then turns and tells Grandpa Prosser that as soon as they and Reverend Oakfinger figure out what's going on, they will be back to provide more assistance.
All right. He nods and continues to stare at the dead patch of his field as the three of you walk back to town. While you do so, Saphira, a couple of hours have gone by, and it's about time that your lessons end for the day. Vanna is having a harder time concentrating, and you figure it's probably best that it's done for now.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, especially with children.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get them to concentrate on things they don't want to concentrate on. I'll give her a few things to practice until we meet again, and then I'll head back and hope the grocer's still open so I can get that milk Mom wants.
All right. So you head back over the bridge to the grocer's to pick up a little bit of milk. It's starting to. There are people starting to finish work. A few starting to come back in from the fields now, so the town's a little busier. It's not quite sundown. But as you are at the grocer's, Norbert gives you a wave as you enter. You hear from elsewhere in the building, Saphira! And you kind of cringe at that voice as a young man with sort of styled blonde hair, some muscles visible underneath his shirt, grins widely as he jogs over to you, oblivious to any discomfort you might have.
Hello, no sake.
How nice to see you today. How are you doing this fine afternoon? I'm doing quite well. It's been a rather quiet day for me today. Are you busy tonight?
Yes, I had plans for tonight.
Oh. that's too bad. I heard that there were some shooting stars last night. Perhaps tonight there will be more. How romantic.
Sadly, I will be busy tonight.
Oh, doing what, may I ask?
Well, I told Epi that I would spend some time with her this evening. Spend some time with them this evening.
Oh. And as his face kind of falls when you say Epi, and as much as he really likes you, he is definitely kind of scared of Epi.
All the more reason to spend time with Epi.
Well, I shall leave the two of you to have some fun then. Perhaps another time.
Perhaps. And I will leave with my milk as quickly as I can.
You can just feel his eyes on you as you leave the grocer's. And walking out into the street, rushing back home to deliver the milk before you have to meet Epi. Bolton, you've spent maybe a little more of the day than you planned helping, finger quotes, helping Sam with finances.
Sorting that ledger's not easy work.
Mm-hmm. What do you do with the rest of the day before Mary has to go perform?
Better weed those flowers, she was liking them. Not to keep them nice and pretty for her.
Alright, so back home you go. Mary is up and about now. She is sitting in the garden, pulled her painting back out under the gazebo, and stands up and gives you a hug as you come in the gate, and a little kiss on the cheek.
And he'll hang for a moment longer and hug her back and return the kiss. And there's a nice quiet moment before he grins a bit. Town's nice and lively today, darling. The show at the end is gonna be the real bee's knees. You think the painting's gonna be done in time?
Probably not. That's okay, I can finish it tomorrow.
Well, let me at least check for some weeds and stuff. Don't want nothing growing in your way.
Oh, thank you.
And he'll actually weed the garden after that, but he does make sure her flowers are pretty first.
Alright.
And then,
so
and
you,
then after
yeah.
that, he will take the time to wash up good for before the show, because he's not going to show up as a dusty old flop when she's got a show to put on.
Alright. So you wash up real nice, put on some good clothes, grab the instrument that is almost as tall as you are.
I think at this point, Bolton's carried around for 20 years or so, so he's probably got a harness of good worked leather or something, so he can
Yeah,
just
you
kind of
had
load it on his back.
Yeah, a real nice case made for it. You load it up, careful of the pedals. I think this case probably even has wheels. That's what a lot of like big instrument cases have. Not like I know that or anything.
Seems reasonable.
Mary is waiting out in the garden for you as you pull the harp out of the house. And she smiles, but her hands are kind of like tapping her sides, which you know means she's a little bit anxious.
And he will stop a moment and give her chin a lift and gaze down at her. Now don't you be going and panicking. You've been doing this. You've been doing beautiful work for nigh on long as I known you. Is your aunt gonna be there?
I think so.
Well, it's her prerogative, but I know it's always best when she shows up. She seems to bring the best out of you.
She smiles. I'm sorry, I wish you two got along better.
Don't matter. She's good for you. And as long as she's good for you, she's good for me. Don't matter how much we might fight and squabble. The fact that they're closer to age than him and his wife might be part of the reason why they fight.
Yeah. She grabs your hand, gives a little squeeze, and still holding your hand, the two of you walk out of the house. You take one sort of habitual look back at the house and the river and the forest beyond, and then continue into town. Speaking of the forest, Ying, you have spent maybe more time than the average person exploring through the forest. Sort of keeping busy, having fun, seeing what you can find. But even still, it can be it is hard for you to try and find out where exactly this flash of light came from. Please make me it can be a perception check or maybe a survival check.
Both the same.
Okay.
I'll just go with survival so that makes sense. The 7, I'm lost.
Yeah, you sort of find the line where you think, like, okay, it's got to be in this area somewhere, and then keep going a little deeper into the forest, and no, nothing. Keep going a little bit deeper, nothing. Keep going a little bit deeper. And all of a sudden you find yourself in a place that you don't recognize.
Uh-oh. What's it look like?
The trees here are very thick. You get the sense, like, the ground isn't sloping upwards, so you can't be, like, you're not to the mountains yet. It just looks like sort of any other part of the forest, but there's no, like, particular fallen tree that you're like, oh yeah, I recognize that tree. There's no rock formations that really stand out to you. And there's definitely no path.
Oh dear.
What do you do?
Well, I think Ying would try to, since there's nothing, no landmarks here, he'd try to, like, make a landmark for himself that he would be able to recognize. So if he finds himself back at this place, he'd recognize the place.
Right. Do you scratch something in the dirt or into a tree?
Probably into a tree.
Okay.
Dirt is easy to go away.
Mm-hmm. That's true. All right. So you scratch a mark in the tree. Pick a direction and go.
Yeah.
Okay. Make another survival check.
That's better. 16.
That's better. You just sort of eeny, meeny, miny, mo, go for a direction, and after like 15 minutes, you start to see things like, oh, I think that's familiar. I think I've been here before, and then you can hear the gurgling of water, and you're like, okay, I must be close to the river.
Head towards the river.
All right. You head towards the river, and coming out of the forest, you see a water wheel that tells you that you are south of town by a decent bit. The main road that goes through town actually comes through here and turns into what used to be an old pass that goes through the mountains that nobody uses anymore because it's really dangerous and there's better roads now. But you've been down here a number of times. You know where you are now.
Yay, I'm not lost anymore.
And what do you do now?
Well, I can't figure out where that thing came from, right?
Yeah, you didn't see hide nor hair of it when you were in the forest.
I guess I'll head back to town.
Okay. So going back to town, you notice that the sun is starting to set over behind the mountains. Things are starting to get a little bit darker, and you see a few people who work the fields to the south are starting to come in for the night.
I greet them jovially.
They wave at you, mostly good-naturedly. I don't think there's many people here who have earned your ire. Only a few particular ones.
It's usually not higher, but it's usually frank and good nature.
Yeah. There's a few people that aren't super keen on it, but
Oh,
most people are willing to let it go. So evening comes. The sun is setting. And as a small flood of people come back in from the fields, sweaty and tired, but not too tired for some food and entertainment, the Chalice and Chambers starts to get a little bit busier. Grimsby has come back inside from his little excursion with Drake and Epi. Drake is furiously trying to make up for the work he didn't do this morning. Actually, what does the inside of the Chalice and Chambers looks like? Did I ask you this already?
I don't think you asked specifically what it looks like on the inside, but it's sort of like wannabe upper class. It's the best you can get in a small town, the best Grimsby can make it. So it's a rather large interior. He's been building it up over decades at this point. And he has a small stage for people to perform on. And nice tables, tablecloths, flowers and candlelight and stuff like that. It's just meant to look more upper class than you would typically see in this kind of area.
Mm-hmm. So a few people start to filter in. Just about everybody by name. And they greet you in turn as they grab some tables. More people start to come in. At some point, Epi probably shows up
Yes.
after having dropped all your stuff off at the temple. I assume Saphira shows up as well.
Yeah, and looks around for Epi.
Right, Epi is sitting at a small table.
Hello, Epi. How was your day?
Oh, you know. Ran into some evil plants. Well, the plants might not have been evil. Dead plants. Got to walk around with Drake and Mr. Grimsby and try to solve whatever is causing them, and we have no idea what's causing them. And I could use a drink or three.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure out what's wrong.
I hope.
Bolton is already here with Mary, who is setting up on the stage. Bolton is helping to move the harp into place.
And Bolton's got some habits that might make him stick out a tiny bit in the small town. Anytime he enters a kind of a closed place with minimum doors like this, he always seems to spend his time, just surveying the place, looking for pigeons, looking for tin badges, just, being safe, making sure he knows where the entrances and exits are, and then he makes his, setting the harp up and making sure Mary's nice and happy. Once he's done that, he might even just, check to see if there's anyone in the room that he can have a polite round of cards with. He ain't looking to con anyone just yet.
Yeah. How tall is Bolton?
6'5". Sorry,
All right.
6'3". 6'3".
Okay. This town is sort of majority humans and gnomes. So you're definitely have a little bit of trouble fitting in some spaces.
Oh yeah. He's kind of used to that all his life.
But luckily, this tavern in particular has definitely been made with a lot of different people in mind. The ceilings are a little taller than what you would normally find here. I'm sure Bolton finds it really nice to comfortably fit somewhere.
Oh yeah, standing to his full height, maybe not even having to take a hat off is almost a pleasure in his life.
What's the policy for minors?
So I would say that they're welcome to come in and enjoy music when we have it playing. But Drake would be well aware not to serve alcohol to really young kids. I don't know how lax the town is when it comes to alcohol. I don't think they have an age restriction. So
Yeah.
but he's wise enough to know who to give it to and who not to. And then obviously the more select forms of entertainment that the Chalice offers, that's a no-go.
Yeah. Ooh, whoops. So with that being said, does Ying show up to the tavern tonight?
Yeah, you heard there was going to be a performance.
All right. And I think you're probably the last one to walk in. Most of the tables are full, but you do see your sister sitting with Epi off in a corner.
I scurry over there.
All right. So Ying goes and joins Epi and Saphira at a corner table. Bolton is sitting at a table relatively close to the stage, playing cards with a couple of other farmers. And what's Grimsby doing while Mary is about to begin her performance?
I would say Grimsby's just making sure he's talking to everybody as they're coming in, making sure everybody's drinks are full right before Mary starts playing, and just observing. And I would say listening. He's a very good listener and likes to absorb as much info and rumor as he can from everybody that comes into his tavern.
Sure. Make me a perception check.
Okay. I don't know why I did that with advantage. No, I don't have the thing.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. Don't worry about it. So listening to people, conversation begins to quiet down as Mary starts to play. But you did hear somebody say something about a dead patch in their fields, and it wasn't Drake.
So another farmer had mentioned having a dead patch?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay. So I would say I maybe go over and tap Epi on the shoulder. And sort of like gesture for her to, or gesture for them to come over and talk to the other farmer, because not my thing, but they might have more info that Epi might have.
Epi is like 3 pints in and looks at you and grins and is like, yeah, I'll talk to them tomorrow. It's fine.
It's okay. We'll follow up with them in the morning, I think.
So everybody settles in to watch the performance as Mary plays her harp, and she's very good. It is rare to get somebody in this town not only who plays very well, or to this level, but also who plays this sort of instrument, because harps are very expensive. Especially a full 7-foot tall harp like this one is. Which is why it tends to bring in so many people. After the first couple of songs, the drinks are flowing, but everybody is still keeping very respectful. The door opens. Grimsby, and you look back, and in walks a man that you don't recognize. Dressed in a black cloak and brown traveling clothes, this scruffy-looking human looks around cautiously, taking in the jovial yet very quiet ambiance.
Well, I would go over and greet them then. So I walk over and and say, "Welcome to the Chalice. Can I take your cloak?"
Sure. Sorry, am I interrupting something?
Oh, no. Just a lovely performance from a woman who plays the harp, lives in our village here.
She's quite good. And he kind of shuffles the cloak off and hands it to you. Now that it's off, you can see he looks pretty road weathered. His clothes are dusty and stained. And he's got a bit of a scruff going on. He speaks fairly quietly so as to not disturb everyone else. Says, I was told I might be able to get a room here.
Oh, aye. We have plenty of rooms available. Do you want anything to drink as well?
Not tonight, thank you.
Not to worry. So I go and I guess I would talk to. Well, I guess I manage it. I don't have anybody managing the tavern like Sleepy Bits. So I'll just go and get a room key for him, and bring it back.
All right. He takes it and pays. I don't know how much this place costs.
It's just, I would say, like, I don't know, a gold a night. I don't know.
Sure. And he sort of adjusts his pack and kind of takes a step towards the stairs and then stops and turns around back to you and says, is there any chance I might be able to get some supplies while I'm here?
What are you particularly looking for?
Just some, like, road rations, going on a bit of a long trek.
Sure. Shall I bring it up to your room?
I can take it.
Okay.
No need to trouble yourself. While I'm... Do you also... He kind of looks around like, I realize that this is not sort of that kind of place, but I do have a few things that are kind of weighing me down, that I don't really need to be taking with me.
Looking to offload some stuff.
Yeah.
Sure, what? I might have use for what you have.
And he smiles and says, great, and opens his pack and pulls out 3 things. He pulls out a really big book. It's probably about 8 or 9 pounds. Looks very old. The pages are kind of tattered on the ends. Bound in black leather. A small wooden box that has a little latch on it. And he also pulls out of his pack a sort of glass globe filled with swirling smoke.
Okay. How much will be wanted for these?
A gold for the set?
So cover for the night. I can do that. So I guess I just I comp him his room then.
All right. Great. Thank you. He kind of adjusts his pack again. Oh, that feels a lot better. That book was really weighing me down.
Definitely looks like it would make one road weary.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Is there anything else we can provide for you here at the Chalice while you're on our premises?
No, I don't think so.
Any companionship for the evening?
No, not tonight. But thank you. I didn't realize that was an option here.
Oh, indeed. But it's your evening. You enjoy your rest.
Thank you. He gives you a nod and a smile and takes his pack and walks upstairs. And now sitting on the desk in front of you is a big book, small box, and a glass globe filled with swirling smoke.
Can
Okay.
Bolton notice that interaction?
Make a perception check.
Sure thing. Perception.
Your wife is like really hot right now.
Yeah, no, she does a good job.
Grimsby, what do you do?
I'm going to open the book and see what kind of writing I find within.
All right. You pull open the book. You have to jiggle it a bit. There's like a latch on the side and a little loop where a lock might once have gone. There is no lock now. You can see the metal's a little bit bent there, and it takes a minute for you to like actually get it open. You flip it open, and there's like a little bit of a thud as it opens, and there is nothing written on the pages. And you flip through the pages to the front and to the back. There's no writing.
It's a bit odd. So I guess I will take a look inside the small wooden box then.
All right. Actually, I will get the other three to also make perception checks.
Okay.
The three of you, I get the sense that Epi doesn't care that much, but the three of you do hear a bit of a thud from behind you when you look back and you see this humongous book sitting on the counter that Grimsby is looking through.
Saphira's eyes go wide. She wants to go see this book.
Abby looks down at their mug, which is empty, and up at the book, and down at the mug, and up at the book, and follows Saphira to the bar, but for other reasons.
How about Ying?
Ying is curious. Ying is
All
always
right.
curious.
So Grimsby, as you pull open the little wooden box, you see that there's 3 vials in it.
Okay.
Each are like half filled. One is like a totally clear liquid, one is a very slightly tinted blue liquid, and one's a very slightly tinted yellow liquid. They all have stoppers on them. You also notice that there's 3 people coming up to you. One of them is Epi, one of them is Saphira, who you know her name, but you don't know her quite as well. And you think the other one is Saphira's brother?
Okay. So I close the box a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And then get a wide grin on my face and like, what can I help you with?
Oh, I just noticed you had a really big book there. I was curious. I wanted to take a look at it.
Oh yes, just paid. Actually, it seems like a lot of money for what? It's probably just a journal, I suppose, bound in leather. Probably be able to get a lot of writing done in this. And then I flip open the cover with another thud, and let her see on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Inside there is no writing.
Strange to make a book with no writing in it. Usually you don't make journals this big.
It's a fair point, but you'd have to ask the man upstairs.
I'll proceed to page through it slowly, seeing if maybe the writing is just worn or something.
Mm-hmm.
Epi slams their mug down on the counter and just looks at Grimsby.
What is it, Epsi? What is it, Epi?
Can I get some water?
Drake, could you get Epi some water, please?
Yeah. Wait, water?
Epi has gone through 3 pints already.
And Bolton will call over for some more raspberry twilzy, aka raspberry water.
All right. Drake runs around filling up everybody's drinks. Saphira, make an investigation check. There is no hide nor hair of a word on this book.
This seems really strange.
Well, at the very least, overpriced.
There is also for the other three, you see a box. Did you close the little box with the vials in it?
I did close the lid a little bit because I don't know what it is or how valuable it is or anything like that.
Right. And there is also a little glass globe filled with swirling smoke, sitting on the counter as well.
Ing's going to look into the globe.
You look into the globe. Make a perception check. You see a very big eye staring back at you, and then you realize it's your own. The smoke is moving inside, which you have never, you've never seen it before. It looks like campfire smoke.
That's really neat.
You kind of shake it a bit, and the smoke doesn't seem to react to you shaking it.
I hold it out to Saphira. Look at this!
Oh, what have you got there? That looks cool.
Is this a big enough of a crowd that would get Bolton's attention?
Yeah, I'll say that by now, it's still just the four of them, but you see them, looking over stuff on the counter.
Swirling his...
Ying is... Yeah, Ying is shaking something.
Swirling his raspberry twilsy, Bolton will wander over, downing the rest of the mug and placing it on the counter a little bit too heavy, before gesturing to Grimsy. Now, don't you be telling me that Bindlestiff saw your glam rags and took you for some easy pushover for his graft.
No, I think I got an okay deal out of it.
Well, I mean, you definitely don't run a bad joint, so I wouldn't want you to be getting no swindler robbing you blind.
I don't think I would either, but I appreciate looking out for me.
Bolton,
What colors were the... Oh, sorry.
Bolton was just going to look back towards the stage while he waits for his drink to be refilled, but he's kind of listening to the group now.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
What color were the vials?
Clear, very slightly blue, and very slightly yellow. But the lid is back on the box now.
Okay. Then Epi just downs their water and just sits down at the bar. So what's in the box?
I'm not quite sure either. Not sure what this is for either. And while Grimsby wants to be guarded about it because of potential value, he's more or less just concerned with making sure people are happy. Mm-hmm. So he's gonna open it up and show it.
All right, you see the 3 vials nestled in the box.
Is there anything that stands out about them besides their color?
Make an investigation check.
Nope.
Nope. I mean, I'll give you this. The box itself is really well made. You're pretty, the vials are very snugly fit in there. Like, you're pretty sure you could close this box and shake it and they wouldn't break.
And for my own Kiwi's clarification, the liquids are what's colored, not the vials themselves.
Yes.
Abby will be like, "Is that booze?"
I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't recommend just downing it.
Have you opened any of them?
I have not yet. Would you like to give it a try?
Sure.
Okay.
Epi takes the blue one and opens it and sniffs it.
It is like getting punched in the face with lilac. This is perfume.
I don't need any of this.
I'm sure that's doing Epi's head wonders.
Epi will proceed to smell the other two and see if they are also perfume.
Yes, it is 3 vials of perfume.
Well, I'm sure this will make someone very happy. But not me.
Yeah, I go ahead and I'll close up the box again. Like,
Okay.
I know 3 very lovely individuals that would love to have this, I think.
And with the smell of the perfume entering the air, Bolton will raise one finger for the lilac one. She loves lilac.
I think I'd be willing to part with the lilac. And then I hand the lilac over to him.
And
Okay.
he will fish out a gold and pass
No.
it back.
No. Mary does enough for us. Least I could do for her.
And Bolton will give a respectful nod. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. We could have done a lot of business were another lifetime. He grins a little.
I imagine so, yes.
Grimsby, make a perception check.
Okay. I can find what I did with my... There we go.
As you turn back to sort of the stuff on the counter, you see a little bit of a movement out of the corner of your eye, and you look, and you just see the corner of the desk, where if you like, I don't know what quite is along the wall, but you just see the corner of the desk and the wall and nothing. Sort of look around a bit for like a spider or something. Or a fly. Don't see anything. It's
So
kind of weird.
So I sense something, but I don't actually see any, like, specific thing happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess if I think it's some kind of, like, rodenty or insectoid situation, I wouldn't want that in my establishment, so I'd want to go and look.
Alright. Make an investigation check. You search through like the little shadowy corners for an insect or a rodent. Nothing.
Okay. I go and sit back down then.
Yeah, so as Grimsby just goes looking at the floor behind the counter, Saphira, make another perception check. Or investigation check, your choice.
Yep, these are definitely my dice.
You turn back to the stage just for a minute and look back. And you thought for just a split second you saw like very, very faint words on the page. And then the minute you look directly at the book, nothing.
I'll try looking at it out of the corner of my eye. Like, not looking at the book.
Make one more investigation check. So you look back sort of at the stage, trying to pay more attention to the book at the corner of your eye. You don't notice anything. You try another angle. You don't notice anything. And just as sort of a thought, you're not really sure why, you move the book a little bit closer to the wall and the window. And then just out of the corner of your eye, you can start to see words on the page. And then you look back at them, and they're not quite there. And then you look away, and you can just see the faintest shadow of something written on the page. It's like, you know, when it's really dark out, and you can see a star from the corner of your vision, but if you look directly at it, you can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Well, this will be hard to read. I'm going to open to the first page and see if I can make any sense out of it. See if I can figure out maybe what the book is.
Flipping sort of through the pages, it takes you a while, but you do eventually figure out that it's not that you have to look at it at the corner of your eye, but once you move it a little farther towards the window and towards... I'm so sorry. Towards the light of the moon that is outside, the words slowly start to appear on the page.
Well, it looks like it has to be read in moonlight. What kind of book has to be read in the moonlight?
Maybe it's a book about cheese. Epi is still very tipsy.
You know, I don't really think the moon is made of cheese. That's almost as bizarre as shooting stars being rocks falling from the sky.
Epi just laughs at that idea.
But I will move it into the moonlight so that I can try to read some of what's in the book.
All right. As words start to appear on the page, you are having... these are words that I don't think you recognize, but you can definitely try to figure out what the book is about anyways.
I mean, if there might be pictures or something.
Yeah.
Bolton will lean in as this conversation continues and arch an eyebrow. You know, I used to have a Peterman who talked about stuff like that. Had some of that fancy, zappy stuff. It was real impressive. Could pop open a safe like nobody's business.
As Bolton says this, and you kind of look over the book, you've never seen a book of magic before, but there's something about this that makes you think that if this is what a book of magic would look like.
Hey, Grisby, how much for the book?
Well, considering I can't really read anything out of it, and you seem to, I'll take a copper piece.
I'll throw him a copper piece.
All right. So the book is now yours.
Yeah, and I have a very strange book.
And it's very heavy too. It could be a real pain in the butt to carry around.
Yeah, thankfully I don't carry much else with me. And I have spent most of my life helping Mom in a blacksmith, so...
Mm-hmm. That's true. You hear applause from the rest of the patrons as Mary finishes the song. Stands up a bit and bows, and just goes to grab some water, take a short break, rest her fingers. She comes up to the.
Okay.
She comes up to where her husband is and where the rest of you are.
And Bolton will immediately present her the lilac perfume.
Oh.
We're worried that the poor little Grimsby here might have gotten swindled, but I'd say this alone is well worth the price that he changed the items for, darling. It's a lilac, very strong. You'll get years of use out of it, I bet.
She pops the cork off and sniffs it a bit and... Oh, wow! Oh, this is really fancy stuff.
I know.
She looks at Grimsby. Thank you.
It's entirely your husband's idea.
Thank you. That's lovely. Can I just get some water? Drake kind of pops up. Yes, right away, ma'am. Saphira, please make me a perception check. You think you see something outside of the window, almost like there's a shape watching. And you look over, expecting to see you know who, but there's no one there.
Oh. I'm just glad that music performances are not Seg's thing.
Mary takes her drink and goes back to the stage and starts her second half. Saphira, you continue to look at the book. Ying, you continue to play with the glass globe.
Yes.
Bolton will go back to watching the performance. He seems to have had his fill of things, even though this is interesting.
Grimsby is going to take a moment and give the two other perfumes sorry, my child was yelling down the stairs at the same time. To Nerilia or Nerililia, and to Dewdrop, so that they can, use it.
Yes, they are both working tonight. Your third, Camus is not. Everyone needs a holiday. As you regard the perfume, what's Epi doing actually?
By the way,
Kind of like,
sorry, Kiwi. I'm gonna go. I had to go say goodnight to my littlest child, so I'll be
Okay.
back in just a minute.
Let's take a 2-minute break then.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay, I am back.
hello.
Welcome back.
How's the modem?
Good. The bard is still crapping out every once in a while, but it seems to be better than it was.
That's kind of what I hope to do.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, back.
It's at least an improvement.
It's an improvement.
What's an improvement? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, I said, hi, I'm back, and then I said, what's an improvement?
Oh, my modem. I'm still having the occasional issue with the bard, but it's better than it was.
That's good. I have this sourdough loaf and a thing of brie that I want to try out, but if we're not going to take like a 15-minute break, I definitely won't have time, so. How are we doing on your timeline, Jamie?
I think we're doing okay. We might. Well, I will see how it goes. We might be cutting or kind of close to 11:30.
It's okay. I can push it past 11:30, it just gets tight.
Oh. Okay. My voice just went away for a minute.
Oh dear.
You heard that.
You know, Kiwi, I just thought of the fact that we might need more toilets on on our ship.
Why?
I mean, how many total do we have on the ship between the two floors?
Well, 4?
That might be enough.
That should be enough.
I grew up most of my life with one bathroom and 4 people.
Yes, the showers are also in their own separate room.
I mean, as long as the person wasn't drying off drying off after taking a shower, we just would knock and be told we could come in so we could use the toilet. Because we're not waiting for somebody to finish the shower when there's 4 people that may need to use the toilet.
Yeah. What color do you want your bedroom to be, Jamie? Everyone gets a bedroom on the ship. Matt wanted hot pink and a blue bed.
Love it. I think, what would Drunken Sword want?
I don't know.
How long do I have to decide?
1 second. Let me just open this. You don't have to decide right now, but I want to show you what it looks like right now real quick before Matt gets back. Don't want to interrupt your game. But this is what the ship looks like right now. This is the bottom floor, which is where all the bedrooms are. So this is Matt's room. It's not decorated yet. This is Hana's room. And you can have any of these other 5 rooms. This one will be Mahina's because she needs robot stuff. So it needs to be bigger.
Yeah, everybody else can get repaired in the med bay. Mahina has to kind of have robotics in her room.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you don't have to decide right now.
Okay.
Peace.
So I accidentally made Maria a harp virtuoso.
I mean, it's what she is.
When you were describing the large instrument bags, I couldn't help but think, yeah, my godfather has a bag that carries 2 trombones. We joke that it's a body bag.
Yeah,
Harps are big.
harps are big.
Harps are big. And yes, either the harp itself or the bag or what you carried in would have wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's getting the slang I'm using, right?
More or less.
Mostly?
I will be completely honest, I haven't understood half of what you've said tonight.
I can kind of infer some of it, but I don't actually know the meanings of a lot of it.
I think it works really well.
It's very flavorful, though. I can tell that.
Yeah.
Definitely not from here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like everyone in town's pretty much gotten to the point of, I think I got what he said.
And I did have to Google what crops grow in spring in Stardew Valley to pick out parsnips, when I said earlier.
That's more.
I mean, I know for a fact that strawberries are usually the first crop of the year for strawberries is usually harvested in about June here. One of the communities around here has a strawberry festival in early June
Yeah.
when their first crop of the year comes in.
Yeah, strawberries are generally pretty early. Raspberries are fairly early too, I think I remember.
Yeah, and usually if you get the first crop of them in June, you can usually get another crop in later in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean they don't grow every 7 days after you plant them, Silver?
You also don't have to replant them constantly.
You don't have to replant strawberries, it's all the other ones. Strawberries is one of the ones you can just reharvest. Oh, Stardew Valley. It's taught me all I know about farming.
Grimsby has returned.
Welcome back.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We were worried that the pro skirts had dragged you off.
All right. So as Mary starts her second set, the five of you are kind of spread out a little bit as Bolton goes back to listening to his wife's performance. God, I nearly called you Mahina.
And then the moon explodes. The end.
That was the light I saw.
Saphira, you continue to read this book, and the words are still foreign to you, but you think the more you look at it, the more sense it's starting to make. And then you see another bit of movement out of the corner of your eye. You look back. There's nothing there. And Grimsby, as you are just regarding the vials of perfume, thinking about which one to give to whom, all five of you, who are still relatively near the front desk, hear a scream from upstairs.
I immediately yell for Ulfin and make my way upstairs.
Ulfin, who was sort of sitting by the door, just paying attention to the performance, immediately springs up, follows you upstairs.
Would Bolton recognize that as the muscle in this place?
Yes.
I think an eyebrow lifts and he follows along politely.
Was it a high-pitched scream, or...
Yes.
Okay.
Grimsby, are you first or is Ulfin first?
I would say I would be first, just because I would probably be closer to the stairs, I think.
Sure. You rush up the stairs, and at like the third to top stair, you hear your foot squelch instead of a thud. And you look down, and there is a little puddle of sticky black goo.
Do I recognize the sticky black goo from earlier?
It looks pretty similar.
Okay. I become more concerned. And I proceed, I suppose, to the room where I assume the scream is coming from, because do I know if I have any more patrons spending the night right now, or is it just the one gentleman?
There is the one gentleman who is renting a room, but both of the girls that you have working tonight are booked solid.
Okay, then I would be charging towards their room.
Right. At the end of the hallway, on the second floor, you see Dewdrop, the gnomish escort that you employ, wearing just like a very fine robe and some underclothes, sitting on the ground, trying to back herself up against the wall, fear on her face. And just inside the room, you see another big puddle of black goo just sitting on the floor. Bolton, by now you have followed Ulfin up the stairs, and Ulfin immediately runs to Dewdrop and puts an arm around her.
Okay. So I would be going up to Dewdrop then and just saying, "Are you all right? What happened?"
I'm okay. There's something in there.
Okay, then
She-
I would move towards the door, I suppose.
What are the rest of you doing?
We would have turned to Saphira after the scream, and should we go see what that was? I didn't think this was that kind of place.
Yes. And Saphira will close the book and put it in the pouch she always uses, that she always has with her for carrying a book.
Does it fit?
I mean, given that Saphira has gotten used to putting any book she can find in there, if not multiple books.
Mm-hmm. It's still a pretty tight fit.
It's a tight fit, but it goes in there so we can go up the stairs without having to carry it in my arms. Yeah, let's go out and see what that scream was.
So as you three ascend the stairs, Epi, even with the amount of alcohol in your system, you notice the puddle of black goo on the stairs that has a gnomish footprint in it.
Well, that's disgusting and disconcerting.
Both Bolton and Grimsby, you look in the room. Make a perception check. There, you don't immediately see anything. Dewdrop must be between clients. And then there's another little puddle of black goo on the ground.
Jamie,
And you both, yep.
is anyone else having cracklies on when Jamie's talking?
No.
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 Okay, it must be me then. I just wanted to check because you were saying that you weren't having problems, so I figured I'd check if it was me or you. It's very minor. Don't worry about it.
Okay. You both at the same time look up. And hidden in the shadows, hanging off of the roof, there is this strange, squat little creature that stares back at you. Its black skin, the same color as the goop that's congealing beneath it. These long, spindly fingers come to a short point, and its teeth glisten in the light. And that opens its mouth.
Is there a chair nearby?
Sure, there's a desk with a chair right by the door.
Don't be meaning to do damage to your establishment, but that thing looks like it needs to be quarantined. And Bolton will grab the chair by the back so that way the legs point towards the creature. And if it doesn't immediately leap at him when he's in the room, he will attempt to pin it to the wall with the chair.
It crawls along the ceiling very slowly in your direction. It's crawling like its head is still looking at you, and almost like its head is turned around 180 degrees as it crawls its way along the ceiling in your direction.
Oh yeah, no, he does not like this. He is pinning it to the roof if he can with the chair.
I do believe this would be an improvised weapon.
Sounds reasonable.
So, roll plus strength?
Yar. Nope, just a little too awkward.
Yeah, you try to use the chair to pin it to the ceiling, but it's just a little too a little too small and the legs of this chair are a little too big and it slips out from underneath the chair. It gets right on top of you and then just drops down off of the ceiling, its arms coming all the way around, sharp fingers pointed towards you, and lands. It's going to try to land on your face. Oops, that was to GM. I rolled a 7, I think it missed.
It missed. Bolton ain't that clumsy.
You take a very quick step back, almost bumping into Grimsby as it falls onto the ground right in front of you. And looks up at you. You would almost say hungrily. At this point, everybody else has gotten up the stairs. What do you do?
Do we see the slimy, spiky, crawly thing try to drop onto his face?
You hear a bit of a thud as you just come up the stairs and look in the room, and you see this thing like sitting on the floor.
So can I make an attack against this thing at this point?
Sure.
Okay. So has anyone seen Gangs of New York?
It's been many years.
Yep.
Okay. So I've got this image in my head of Bill the Butcher where he takes his top hat off.
Uh-huh.
And that's what Grimsby does. He takes his top hat off, he takes his coat off, and then puts him to the side. And then brings his cane up, and he's going to go try and whack the creature.
All right. Give me a roll.
Okay. I just added this real quick. Otherwise, if you want me to, I can just use my fisticuffs as well.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay. That's gonna miss.
Woof. Yeah, that misses. You swing your cane, and then you feel your cane get heavy as it just grabs onto your cane. And you swing it about for a moment as it very quickly scurries up your cane and tries to attack you.
Okay. Well, I guess I drop my cane as it attempts to run up my arm.
Yeah. As you drop your cane, it lunges towards Grimsby. What do the other three want to do?
Epi will scream, but not just normal screaming. Thaumaturgical screaming.
Uh-huh.
So she just yells like really loud at the thing. Like 3 times louder than normal.
What check do you think this would be? I assume you're trying to distract it. Or
Maybe,
disorient it.
maybe intimidation.
Sure. You scream while it's in mid-jump, and you see it just sort of instinctively take its front legs and like try to cover its head, and it just falls on the ground, missing Grimsby by a couple of hairs. Saphira Ying?
I'll check my pockets and see if I have anything to throw at it. I don't think I do.
Saphira very quickly tries to find something. I don't think you do.
I could throw a bottle of ink at it.
Ying looks down at the globe he's still holding.
Mm-hmm.
Ying yeets the globe at it.
Alright. Roll the hit. So just roll plus dex. Oh boy.
Our attacks are amazing.
Level 0. You miss. Okay. You miss the creature, and the globe just hits the ground, not terribly hard, and rolls over to the corner of the room. This boggle. Well, it's not really a boggle. This strange squat creature is going to continue trying to run up Grimsby's leg and get to his face.
Lord Almighty.
You take 1 piercing damage as its very sharp teeth sink into your shoulder.
Bolton's turn with the chair again.
Sure.
Alrighty. And this time he's going for more of a baseball bat approach since it's on Grimsby.
All right.
So he's going to try to knock it away. Cool.
Very nice.
I don't know why it double charged, but let's pretend the first one was the result.
Altogether, it was very average.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
How much damage does a chair being used as a baseball bat do?
Oh, not apparently.
Well, I didn't program a damage yet, because I didn't know.
Roll to... What's a club? D6?
Club or great club?
Just a regular old club.
I think it's a D6.
Alright, then roll...
It's a D4.
D4, roll 2d4.
With strength, right?
Nope.
No?
No, unless your background gives you proficiency with clubs or simple weapons.
Okay. Fix that. And chair.
Critical chair.
Yep.
It should have just been
no,
2d4 in total.
Yeah, it is 2d4, but I got a critical, and I'm a half-orc, so I actually...
No, sorry, like 1d4 plus
yeah,
1d4 for the critical plus 1d4.
But I'm a half-orc, so it becomes 3d4.
Yes, but there's 4d4 there.
I know, but I'm just...
Yeah, that's fine.
So just minus
it's
1.
Dead. You bring this chair back with a mighty swing, and it just sort of looks up at you with a sort of dumbstruck look on its face as the chair impacts its head and sends it sailing to the other side, the other wall, and it just goes splat. And then very slowly slides down.
That was, what was that?
That's a good question.
Grimsby is gonna go check on Naralila to see if she's okay.
You very nearly get hit in the head with a fire poker as you open the door and walk in the room. She is with a client, and they are both have weapons in hand, standing at the door for anything that comes in.
Lord, you think you could... Sorry, I didn't knock. I apologize.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault. Are you okay?
Yeah, what was that?
Don't quite know yet. Some sort of sludge thing, but everything's well in hand.
Naralila and her patron kind of look at each other. Should we stay here?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can leave if you'd like, but might want to just hang out for a few.
Okay. Maybe knock next time, please.
Yes, my apologies. Yeah, and I go back to join the others.
Sure. Everybody make me a perception check. Give me 1 second. Okay. Epi, you notice nothing. Um, so the other 4 of you, you all hear a door shut. And you look over to where that door would have been. It's one of the other doors up here. Grimsby is the only one who knows that the other person who is staying up here would have that room. The other thing you notice is that despite Epi's very, very loud scream, nobody else seems to be up here.
Why didn't Epi scream? Draw attention from downstairs.
In response, Epi screams again.
You don't hear anybody coming up the stairs. But Grimsby and Saphira, you listen closely at the stairs and you think you hear a commotion down in the main tavern area.
Then Bolton.
I think we need to go check on the people downstairs.
Then Bolton goes bolting.
All right, you go bolting down the stairs, and you very nearly run into a couple that are running out of the tavern.
He's looking for Mary. He's got the chair with him, by the way.
All right. Down in the main tavern area, you see there's a few people left who are like at the back of the pack trying to push their way to the door. There's a couple farmers that have taken chairs very much like Bolton did, and are trying to like corral another one of these strange little black creatures. You rolled a 19. Mary, you immediately see, is behind the bar with Drake. He's sort of hiding her, put himself in between her and this creature. As everybody comes downstairs, you watch this thing leap up at one of the farmers with the chair, deftly dodging it and latching onto his face. And starting and gnaws, and he just starts screaming and trying to pull this thing off and cannot pull it off.
I think you know what Bolton does. He does one thing, and he does it well.
All right. You still have your chair, or you pick up a new one?
I have one heck of a good chair.
Okay. You run up to try to hit it. Make me a roll. Yeah, that hits. You once again give it a real good square hit, and you hear it sort of scream out in pain, but that doesn't seem to have been enough. It's still like trying to gnaw its way through this man's head, and you at this point you see him like fall to his knees and onto the ground.
Bolton will roar in back at it, trying to outroar it. Just, domination effect. But that's my turn.
Grimsby would have grabbed his cane before running downstairs, and is now going to make his way over to try and. Did I see Drake like fall?
It's not Drake. Drake is
Oh.
behind the bar.
Okay.
This is another one of your patrons.
Okay.
A local farmer.
But did I see them fall to the ground from where I'm at?
Yes.
Okay. So do I know that they would be Is that the only creature in here right now? I should say.
There's another farmer that is just kind of frozen in fear, with the chair above his head, like he's going to try and hit it, but just kind of can't seem to make his body go. There's a couple people behind the bar. Everybody else at this point has managed to push their way out.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to go and try and whack him.
All right. Give me a roll. You swing your cane and try to hit this thing, and you just whiff over the farmer's head as you're trying not to hit him as well.
And then I guess I'll move in between him or the creature and the farmer.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn.
All right. What do the rest of you do?
Are there any alcohol bottles on the bar that have been left out in the commotion?
Probably.
Epi will pick up a bottle and try to smash the thing over the head.
All right, you pick up a bottle, run over to this creature. Make a roll. You hit it over the head with the bottle, but the bottle doesn't break. You don't seem to hit it hard enough to actually hurt it that much. It squeals a bit, but you don't think you did any real damage to it.
Bop it off or it's gonna croak ya.
What?
Do Saphira and Ying do anything?
Saphira's gonna come downstairs and probably see the mug that Epi had earlier on. It's probably still sitting on the bar.
Yep.
Grab it and try and lob it at one of the creatures.
Okay.
So that would be... That'd be strength or dex?
Dex. You miss. The mug of water just goes sailing over its head.
Did it at least get wet?
Yes. There's a trail of water along the floor now. At this point, the farmer is twitching.
Ying wants to try yeeting the globe at it.
All right.
No.
Very much the same as the first time you tried. The globe just goes a little bit wide and lands on the stage and rests up against the wall.
Ying goes to retrieve the globe.
All right. As you run to try to get your weapon, this creature stops and lifts its head from the face of this farmer who is no longer moving, lying on the ground, and it looks at Saphira. It kind of cocks its head. The blood and black goo drip down its face and onto the floor, and it starts making its way towards you.
Yeah, jump behind the bar where maybe there's more tank stuff to eat at it.
Bolt and Grimsby, what do you do?
Oh, I'm doing what Bolton does best. He's gonna use with his one heck of a chair, and he's gonna make sure this thing don't go after nobody no more. Grimsby?
Give me a roll.
Too damn short. Can't bend down that low.
One thing I should maybe remind you guys that you can do, you can spend your turn to give somebody else advantage. So you can aid another player in their attack roll.
Can I say then that Grimsby, seeing that maybe he's a little more rusty than he thinks, decides to try and like distract the creature so that Bolton can get a better shot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Cool. Do we want to do that now or wait until next round?
No, do it now.
Alrighty.
21 hits.
My mouse is fucked. I really need to replace it.
You stab it in the back with one of the chair legs and squish it like a bug. You hear like a... as it goes flat, spread-eagled on the ground and tries to, like... It scrapes its nails along the ground trying to get out from underneath the chair leg. And then just stops moving.
Now that's how you rub out I don't know. What the hell are these?
The second farmer is now sitting on the ground going, what, oh, holy shit. Holy shit.
Bolton will look around the room, march over to his wife, give her a hug and hold her head to his chest, and then call out to the others, not her, but the rest of the room. Spill it! What happened down here? Come through the window or out in the door or what?
Drake says, I don't know. It might have come through the door. I don't know. What is it?
Bolton will look at Grimsby. Well, we at least gotta give it a looking over, figure out if it's something you ever seen before, right? And Bolton will assist Grimsby with whatever he tries to do to check it out.
Okay. I guess I'll try and investigate it to see if it looks like anything I may have ever seen before in my past, I guess.
All right.
Do you want to do a nature investigation?
You can do either one of those.
Okay. I need an advantage. 17 then.
This is... Not only is this not something that you have ever seen before, but there's something about the way this thing's body is arranged that is decidedly not natural.
Don't think this is of the earth, fellas.
As you investigate this thing and kind of look it over, you're getting that black goop on your hands.
Okay. So I go get a rag to wipe it off from behind the bar.
Hmm.
And is Olfin down here now, or is he still upstairs?
I think he's just coming down now. He's still taking care of Dewdrop, who is like very, very freaked out.
Okay. Um, so I ask Olfin to go get the gentleman who is in the other room upstairs and bring him down.
Okay. Alphonse says, right away, boss. Runs back upstairs.
And I pour a shot for Dewdrop and I take it over to
Yeah.
her.
She downs it. Saphira,
Yes?
you hear a whisper from behind you,
I turn around.
and there's nothing there.
Mm. Who's there? I'm gonna go move over to where other people are.
So this thing is just like dead on the ground in the middle of the bar room.
Yeah.
And the is the black goop that it's made of obviously the stuff that killed the plants.
Make a nature check. Or an investigation or something along those lines. You are not sure. Just like you know that they were like you found them in the same place, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the black goo caused the plants to die.
Okay. Correlation is not causation.
Yeah.
Is there so there's no one else besides us in the bar right now?
There is a farmer who is still alive and very much still kind of freaking out. Mary and Drake are also there, as is Dewdrop, and that seems to be it.
Epi will run over to the farmer and see if they can do anything to like help calm them down.
Sure, make a medicine check.
Okay.
All right. You just kind of sit with him and talk to him a bit, and he starts to stop hyperventilating. It helps that you kind of position yourself in between him and the dead body. At this point, Olfin comes down from the stairs and says, he's not in his room anymore. He must have gone out through the window.
I think that bastard might have something to do with this.
I'd be agreeing there.
So Grimsby goes to retrieve his coat and top hat, and then comes back down, and then I guess gestures over to everybody and be like, "I'm off to chase the bastard down. If anybody's coming with me, now's the time."
Bolton will gently pat Mary's hand. If we're going on a monster hunt there, darling, you should hunker down here with others, lock the doors, and stay safe. We'll come back for you once we know what the heck is going on.
Be careful.
You too, darling. Keep a stick with you. Do as the dad said. You know how to jab a thing in the soft bits. Just make sure you only have to do it if you gotta.
I know.
And he will follow with Grimsby.
All right. What did the other three do?
Epi goes to make sure that their mom is okay.
Fair.
Saphira just doesn't want to be alone right now, so we'll go over and just follow Ying. Should we go check on Mom?
Yeah. Also, Ying will mention about the flash that he saw earlier in the day. Since, weird things and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly seems to be a weird day. Guess we're getting the excitement we wanted.
All right. So Bolton and Grimsby, you walk out into the street. There does seem to be a bit of a panic. There are a few people running down the street. Definitely fewer people out than you would think. There, you can hear the sound of shutters closing. How do you go about finding this guy?
I suppose we would go to the back of the chalice or the side of the chalice, wherever the window would have exited from the second floor, and try and find some footprints or evidence of where he might have gone from there.
Okay.
And Bolton will be assisting with this investigation, but if they find any kind of a path, he thinks he's got a good eye for following footprints. So until we find footprints, he's leaving it up to Grimsby.
All right. Grimsby, you can make a perception or investigation check.
Okay. I don't think I can get higher than that unless I get a... No, I didn't get a natural 20.
Still pretty good though. You do see some footprints. There's not a lot of traffic back here. So you see like a big sort of where you think was probably an impact from somebody jumping out the window, and then you see some footprints in the dirt leading away from the tavern.
Okay. So I look up to Bolton and I point at stuff and it's like, I think this might be your specialty here.
Bolton will nod and rub the side of his face across his nose and his mouth, and then start following the tracks.
All right. Give me a survival check.
Yar.
All right, that's pretty good. You follow the tracks through town towards the east and to the little wooden bridge that crosses the river.
Bolton's got that chair rigged up in case something jumps out at them.
All right.
And Grimsby follows behind.
Okay.
At a
Perfect.
slightly slower pace due to his shorter legs.
I mean, you could be sitting in the chair if you wanted.
Sure, why not?
That's fantastic. So you cross the bridge. The only thing beyond that is a couple of houses and the forest. And you pick the tracks back up with a 19. They seem to be going into the forest.
do we really want to follow some kind of scallywag all the way into the woods? He's probably long gone at this point.
I think if we follow, we should probably wait for the others. I think. I just said I think twice in the same sentence.
Speaking of the others, Epi, you run back home through the very empty streets. Open the door, and you don't hear anything. The lights aren't on, and then you hear a bit of rustling, and you hear a very sleepy voice call out, "Epi."
Mom?
Shh. I'm asleep.
About that. There's some sort of slime creature thing attacking people in town, and the
What?
farm got his face bit off, and we should not stay here. We should go into town and be with the others.
You see her face poke out of her bedroom door. What?
Epi repeats herself saying the exact same thing.
How much have you had to drink?
No, it's not the alcohol, I promise. Please just come with me, get dressed, and also get a shovel or something.
Okay. And your mom does not get dressed as quickly as you would like, but she does get dressed. Grabs a shovel and follows you out into the night.
Question.
Uh-huh.
Has barbed wire been invented in this universe?
I'm sure it has.
Epi is going, assuming the farm has any, Epi is going to get like either a pole or a stick and wrap it in barbed wire.
Okay. I will give you that. So take a club, which is 1d4, and then you can add one piercing to that for damage.
Yes.
Where do you take your mom?
Towards Saphira's house, because Epi assumes that that's where they went.
Yes. Saphira and Ying, you are also headed home. Saphira, as you're running through the streets, you keep seeing flashes of movement at the corner of your eye. I would like you to make an insight check. The longer this keeps happening, it looks like the shadows are moving.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good.
And every once in a while, you'll hear a whisper. It always sounds like it's coming from behind you, and you can't tell that it's necessarily saying anything or make out any words. You look behind you, there's never anything there. Both of you get home. Your mother, very much like Epi's mother, early to bed, early to rise, and she sort of sleepily comes out of her bedroom as you slam the door open and closed. What are you doing?
There are black slime things in town?
What?
Black sticky slime things. They were at the tavern. They killed one of the farmers.
She immediately runs back into the bedroom. You hear her wrestling with something, big thud, and some metallic clanging, and she comes back out with 2 daggers. And immediately gives one to Ying, one to Saphira. I don't know what this is about, but sounds like you might need these.
Thanks.
This doesn't mean that you're allowed to go looking for trouble.
Aww.
I think Bolton and Grimsby would be heading towards the blacksmith for proper weapons themselves.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
So I think Bolton and Grimsby get there at the same time that Epi and Sam do. Sam is still sort of trotting along, half asleep.
Bolton will nod to Sam. It's been a bit of a crazy night, darling. You better be glad your kid's smart enough to come grab you. A lot of people are scattering home and locking up hard.
I still don't know what's going on.
2 green slimy creatures attacked the inn while the show was going on. While we were dealing with one of them upstairs, the other one ate a farmer downstairs. Bit right in his face and dropped him down, no problem. Scariest
Wait.
thing I damn seen in nigh on 3 years.
Really? Oh,
Really.
shit.
Straight truth.
Sorry, Epi.
Epi walks in with the club with the barbed wire. It's just like, where are they?
You see Saphira and Ying both holding daggers. And Saphira's mom, Sora, and holds the door open so that everybody can come in.
And Bolton,
Is everyone doing all right?
well enough, but as good as a chair is, I'd hope you'd have a sledge or something more appropriate for my size.
I got some hammers.
If she's got a sledgehammer, he'd happily take it.
Yep, she will give you a sledgehammer.
Thank you.
Epi has Mr. Trusty.
Grimsby will take a not sledgehammer, considering I don't think he'd be able to pick it up. It's probably taller than him. But he'd be willing to take a light hammer.
All right. She regards you for a second and then says, hang on. And runs into her room and comes back out with a rapier. And she looks at Grimsby very sternly and says, "This was my husband's. Please be very careful with it."
I'll protect it with my life.
And she hands it over.
And we are all not proficient with any of these, correct?
That's correct!
It's okay.
Can I stat the sledgehammer as a great club?
Yeah.
Mr. Trusty is proficient in piercing damage.
Saphira, while this weapon exchanging is going on, the whispers start getting louder.
I keep looking around to see if I can figure out where the whispers are coming from.
You feel like there's almost something pulling you outside.
So, now that we all have stuff, what do we do?
We found a
Um,
trail from the stranger running off back into the woods.
You mean the dark, scary woods that are dark?
Oh, yeah, that's them.
Well, I can kind of see okay in the dark.
Darkness holds no fear from me. My people can see just fine.
Yeah, I see okay in the dark.
He was in the woods earlier.
Do we all have dark vision?
Yes.
How convenient.
Well, we don't have to carry torches.
That's handy.
Torches wouldn't hurt.
If nothing else, we
Sure.
can try and set the damned things on fire.
Torches would be a pretty good weapon, but we don't strictly need them. But is there anything else you want to get before we go see if we can figure out where these things are coming from?
Epi needs to pee.
Happy.
They drank a lot of liquids earlier.
Epi or Kiwi?
No, Epi.
Okay.
I am a firm believer that restrooms are ignored too much in D&D.
You're a firm believer the restrooms are ignored too much, period.
Well, if you're going somewhere by yourself, Bolton at the very least is gonna stand watch. Cause
Do they have
Sarah's like, we have a chamber pot, it's fine.
Epi goes in and uses the chamber pot.
Yeah.
Okay, refreshed. And bladder empty.
I would like everybody except Saphira to make an insight check.
I'm proficient at that one.
Alright, this, so, Epi, as you, come back from your, pee break, you notice that Saphira is, like, seems really nervous and glancing around a lot. Looks behind her.
Are you okay? I mean, aside from the face-eating slime creatures.
I just keep feeling like there's something behind me.
Epi, leans around and looks behind Saphira. Is there anything there?
No?
When did this start happening?
After the slime creatures?
Do you still have that book?
Yeah?
Leave the book here.
I mean, that's probably a good idea. I'll leave my books here.
I don't know if the book's what's causing it, but it couldn't hurt.
Well, I mean, I don't think a book's gonna help us much anyway, especially when I can't read.
Yeah.
You could throw the book.
Improvised ranged weapon.
Do you know how hard it is to throw a book?
Yes.
Depends on how big it is.
That's a big book.
Very difficult, in fact.
Does not a good weapon make?
Definitely a strength weapon.
Yeah, I will leave my books here.
Alright. Silra looks around at the five of you. I get the sense that you're not just gonna sit around here and wait for it to be over.
can't lie down when someone's shaking up the shack. Gotta get things done and make sure everyone's safe.
When I use this line in every single campaign. When destiny knocks, it would be rude not to say hello back.
Can let things come into my bar and muck up things for my patrons without answering it.
She sighs and looks at her kids.
Well, I can't very well want adventure and then run away when it happens.
Just... please be careful.
I'll try, Mom.
I'll protect Saphira.
Hmm.
He's done so well so far.
Well... go get your man. And Sam looks around like, wait, you're going back out there? Happy?
If we don't stop it, what's gonna stop it from coming back and killing all of us when we're asleep?
She, like, tries to find something to say in response. And then just turns toward Bolton and says, you better make sure they come back safe.
Aye, darling. She's under my watch. They're under my watch. I won't let nothing touch them until they got me first. He kind of
You
slugs
better
his
not.
chest once hard.
Alright. What did the five of you do?
If no one else has had any other ideas, I think we head for the forest.
I think that's the general plan.
Maybe, pass by the, browned grass patch on the way to the forest?
It's on the other side of town.
Damn. And Bolton didn't hear about the other farmer, so no clue about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess the forest is our direction.
Alright. So the five of you exit the blacksmith's house. Sophia, you're still feeling this like pull towards the outside. And as you get out, you see this strange sort of shadow floating in the air, almost like there's a stain. Just a very long, like a long vertical line.
What's that?
Everybody looks around to where Saphira is pointing, and you don't see anything. And then, all of a sudden, everyone feels cold. You have trouble getting your breath, like there's a strong wind blowing in your face and you just can't seem to breathe. There's the sound of fabric tearing and a bright flash of purple light. And you see a little dark line floating in the middle of the air. A small black clawed hand reaches through, just hovering in the air, and pushes at the side of it. Another hand braces itself against the other side, pushing this tear open. And out comes another one of these same creatures, landing on the ground with this wet splot.
At least it's not a duck.
I think that be taking priority.
Happy swings, Mr. Trusty at it.
Alright. As this thing looks up at its new surroundings and up at you, seems to take a second to get its bearings, so everybody gets to attack first.
Can I roll?
Yes!
Is that it?
Yes, those both hit. As Grimsby and Ying and Saphira quickly go to pull their bladed weapons out, Bolton and Epi just smash this thing into jelly.
The fax machine scene from oh god, what's that movie from the 90s where they're
Office
just
Space.
yeah, Office Space.
Yeah. Little splatters of black goo are just all over the street, the outside of the blacksmith's place.
Ew.
You got a good hand with that. Well done.
Despite having just smashed this thing's head in, Epi just screams. Regular scream.
Silra pokes her head out of the door and goes, oh my goodness.
We killed it! Where's the next one?
You did. Where did they come from?
There
Epi.
was a tear in the sky and it crawled out?
You look to where that tear in the air was, and it's no longer there. As you look around, actually, everybody can make me a perception check. Ying, you look back at your mom and at your house, and you notice that the plants on the windowsill are dead.
Mom, the plants, they're dead.
Everybody else looks back and sees these dead plants. Bolton and Epi, you both, it sort of dawns on you that Saphira seemed to know where that tear was before anybody else could see it.
You saying things now, girlin'?
I don't know.
Well, I know how we're going to find what we're looking for.
Yeah, if you be seeing odd things, you tell us the direction and we'll do the smashing. You just keep your eyes open, eh?
Okay.
Do you have any good suggestions?
In the lack of suggestions, Epi is going to like clutch the holy symbol that they wear around their neck and say a prayer to Shantea.
Okay. You clutch your holy symbol and close your eyes and say a prayer. You don't feel anything? Just for the players, you know that Ying saw something in the forest. You know that the guy went into the forest. And then you know that there was a couple of dead patches around town.
So,
There seems to have been something in the forest, so that seems to be a place to go look.
oh, aye. Or we could check out the, any kind of gestures towards the dead plants here. If, you were talking about there being dead patches at the farm, maybe they're hanging around some of the farms?
Maybe.
Are you feeling pulled in any particular direction?
I don't know, am I?
Make a wisdom check. You feel like you're being pulled in every direction.
Everywhere sounds like a good place.
Oh, it's gonna be a long night.
Then I say we go to the farms unless there's a feeling coming from one of the buildings nearby.
Saphira, you see one of the shadow of the sign of the building next door start to stand up and move towards you, and then you look directly at it, and it's just a shadow.
Stay away from shadows. I keep feeling like they're moving.
What do you mean? Your mom is still standing at the door.
When I'm not looking at them, they seem to move.
Keep looking at the shadows.
I can't look at all the shadows.
Look at the shadows behind us and we'll smash the ones in front of us.
I think we start moving towards the farms if nothing in the immediate area starts hopping out at us.
Sounds good.
So you're going to the dead patch? The first dead patch?
Yep.
Or the forest?
I think the first dead patch just because there's people that might be at risk in town, whereas the forest is a little more removed. Anyone else have arguments, suggestions?
Epi just thinks that whatever we do, we should stay together.
This seems wise.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so towards the fields you go. Through town, to the west. Are you moving very quickly or are you moving slowly?
Steady pace, I guess, is what I'd go for.
All right.
But if anyone else is like, no, way too fast, Bolton would slow down.
Okay.
Grimsby may say that occasionally.
Yeah, quick enough that Grimsby doesn't have to sprint. Or slow enough that he doesn't have to sprint.
Yeah. Saphira, you're still seeing the shadows move, and as you kind of jump at things that are like moving towards you out of the corner of your eye, your jumpiness is starting to infect the rest of the people around you. You all find yourselves sort of looking in the shadows for something that might jump out at you. Out towards the fields, you feel a little bit safer in the very sort of empty farmland, with the wheat sprouts not being very high. You can see a long way, and not having the shadows of the buildings. Saphira, you start to relax a little bit. You're not seeing quite as much stuff, but you're still hearing the whispers. You get out to Grandpa Prosser's farm, out to the corner where you saw that dead patch. Everybody make a perception check. It's hard to tell in the night, but Saphira and Ying, you take a little bit of time to look around at the area, and you can see more of these dead patches. This one doesn't seem to have grown, but there seems to be new ones now.
How many dead patches were there earlier?
There was one this morning.
Oh, there's more now.
Ying, looking around at sort of where these dead patches are, like you didn't notice any coming up to the farm, and you're seeing more from here west. And the only thing that's really west of you is the old windmill.
Maybe we should check the windmill.
Yep, that makes sense. Old, creaky, rotten structure. Perfect place to go on a stormy, calm night. Guess it's not stormy. Still. Bolton adjusts his grip on the sledgehammer and finds a cloth and wraps it around the handle just to absorb his sweat a little better. Let's go then.
All right.
Okay.
Up on top of a little hill sits this old windmill. The dilapidated structure is backlit by the moon. You can see the lights of the village in the distance. As you get into this area with more trees, more rocks, the shadows are thick here. And Saphira, you can hear them and see them, and it sets your teeth on edge. As you all get a little bit closer, you can see that rather than these circles of dead, everything around this windmill has withered. The trees have withered, the grass. You hear it crunching, the grass crunching under your feet as you get closer.
Something is very wrong here.
In a kind of deadpan voice, Epi just turns to Severa. Are we just figuring that out? Because everything has felt very wrong tonight.
I mean, more wrong than the rest of it?
Epi holds up Mr. Trusty. Well, let's go make it worse.
Better, kid. We're snuffing out these, whatever they are, to make things better.
Right. You go. Mm-hmm.
Grimsby's been quiet.
Yeah, Grimsby has been. That's just me partially getting distracted by drawing a picture of Grimsby.
That's cool.
So, yeah, Grimsby's just been going along with it because he's basically been agreeing, like, okay, let's go whoop some goo butt, and he's okay with the current direction. So,
All right. Are you going inside the windmill?
Yeah, Bolton's not happy about it, but he'll go inside.
All right. With Bolton leading the charge, you walk inside the windmill. There is no door. You can just walk straight in. And inside the windmill, there's wooden siding that has been battered down by wind, just laying on the floor, surrounded by a little bit of moldy hay that somebody couldn't be bothered to clean up. The wooden support beams look half eaten away, and you're unsure of how stable the structure is. Despite the fact that you all have dark vision, as you all enter here, you find yourselves almost wishing that you had light. It is very, very dark, and the shadows are dense. And because of that, you almost don't notice it at first. There's this large vertical rip in the air, like the other one, but almost as tall as Bolton. And it hums this dark, eerie tone. It's loud enough. Sorry?
I said that is ominous.
It's loud enough that for a few seconds you can't even hear the labored breathing of those creatures from somewhere above you.
Now that looks like a hole that needs a sealing. How's about we knock down this structure on their head?
Sounds good to me.
Oh, we're destroying the windmill.
I mean, you don't need it anymore. We have a new windmill.
Okay, let's destroy it.
Is there any strong, obvious central support beam?
Make a... What's the D&D version of an engineering check?
Well, since I don't
Intelligence.
have engineering, I guess, yeah, intelligence makes sense.
It's a Pathfinder thing. You can identify a couple of beams that you think if you destroyed it would bring this thing down. A couple of beams that are going up vertically, and then a couple above you that are horizontal. Looking up at the horizontal beams, you see a little bit of something just catch the moonlight. Very, very sharp claws as one of these creatures falls down from the ceiling onto you. There's my character sheet.
On Bolton?
Yes.
Alrighty. And he roars. We've got to thin these blighters out while we take this mess down.
Everybody else hears a squelch of something wet dropping behind you. And you turn around and see another one move towards Ying. Does an 11 hit?
No. Gotta hit a 13.
Alright, so it lunges for your leg and misses as you very quickly back out of its way. What do you do?
I stab it with a dagger. Ah!
In your panic, you just very violently lash out with the dagger, and it just impacts the hay.
I think Bolton's breathing a little harder now and is going to just basically try to pile drive the creature and his entire body into one of the support beams.
Okay. Make a...
Strength?
I would say first roll to attack and then make a strength check.
So same thing twice then?
Or just roll to attack as well.
Yeah.
Okay. You try to sort of position the creature that has landed on your shoulder at the beam so that you will crush both it and the beam. You hit the beam, and you feel the structure shake around you, but miss the creature as it scurries around onto your back.
Grimsby would step up, and I'm not going to use the rapier because I don't want to pierce poor Bolton. But I will try and smack him off of his back with the cane.
Sure.
Yes.
That hits. You get a really, really solid hit in. Clotheslining it with your cane, sending it to the other side of the windmill, and it does not get up.
Saphira is going to take her dagger and try to lunge at the creature that just tried to attack her brother.
Okay. That hits. All right. You feel your dagger hit something. It feels like you're plunging it into jello. And it squeals a bit and turns its gaze towards you.
Epi is going to try to smash it over the head while it's distracted by the dagger in it. Nope.
Nope. You swing your hammer and then realize that where your strike is going to hit will also hit Saphira, and you have to sort of...
Nope.
Yeah. Cancel that attack very, very quickly.
Escape.
Yep. This creature goes once again towards Saphira.
Ouch.
And you scream out a little bit as it lunges for you and latches on with its teeth to your kneecap. Everybody... Actually, Saphira, make a perception check. You hear the whispers grow. And you look back behind your party just in time to see another one of these shadows move. But when you look straight at it, it doesn't stop moving.
Oh no.
Bolton.
Yo.
You feel something cold hit your back. That's still to GM. You look down at your legs and you see a shadow moving. And it wraps itself around you. And can I show this to you guys?
Hopefully.
You see something that looks a bit like that.
Evil Shadow Snake.
Evil Shadow Snake. And it wraps itself around your body. You are grappled. And you also take 1 cold damage.
Ooch. And Bolton will roar and attempt to, I guess, return the favor to the creature and try to muscle his way out of its grapple.
Alright, make a strength check.
No.
You try to sort of hulk out and bust out of this thing, and then you double over as you just feel this very familiar pain in your chest.
And he kind of drops to his knees as he's now straining against this impressive straining pain, aching pain, and beads of sweat are coating his cheeks.
The shadow that is wrapping around Bolton is coalescing into something more solid, and you see the individual fangs on this snake's mouth and glowing purple eyes.
I know I've taken my action, but Bolton would be trying to hold its face up and away.
Mm-hmm.
If that
Yeah.
counts as aid for someone trying to kill it, awesome. If it doesn't, all good.
Yeah, you've already taken your action.
Yeah, I get you.
Ying.
I'm gonna try to stab the thing that tried to attack me again.
All right.
Nope.
You feel like a frustration welling up inside of you as you lash out with your dagger again and miss again. You just can't quite seem to hit this thing.
I'm getting closer to rolling 1.
Grimsby.
So whichever one's closest to me, I'll attempt the rapier. I'm not so good with it, but I need to honor the man's legacy, so we're gonna go for it. Nope.
Nope. You try to stab the snake, and you get like there are spines forming on the back of it, and your rapier just goes through one of those, and you think for a second that you got a hit, but that little spine just like forms back, and it doesn't seem to have taken any damage.
Okay.
Saphira.
I'm gonna try poking this thing that's now bitten me.
Holy shit, you guys.
These are my dice. This is fine. This is normal.
I was gonna ask Silver to hold it so I could attack her with advantage, but I didn't want to metagame too hard.
Well, I mean, it's also bit me in the knee, and I think it may still be chomping on my knee.
Epi.
Mr. Trusty! Critical misses.
A shockwave goes up your arm as you swing Mr. Trusty down, and it hits the stone at the bottom of this windmill and just sends a shockwave up your arm. Where's my character sheets? The little one is going to continue to try and bite Saphira.
Well, at least I'm
gonna
not
miss.
alone.
Yeah. It just gets a mouthful of clothing as it tries to scramble its way up farther onto your body.
Wait, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie. Are you saying that attack was clothful?
Ugh.
No, it wasn't a claw attack.
No, cloth.
Yeah, I know.
Bolton.
Yo,
Grapple gives advantage, yes?
I believe so, yes.
That's not the thing I wanted. No, it just means that your speed is 0.
Cool.
Lucky you.
And Bolton's breathing would grow even more pained, short, and almost whispering, while sweat has soaked his entire upper body.
Bolton looks very, very bad off. Bolton, what do you do?
Bolton is going to try to hold the creature's head up and away from his body still, trying to hold it still, aka giving assistance to the first person to try to attack it.
All right.
I'm gonna try and whack it. Specifically the one that's holding Bolton right now.
Okay.
Or where he's holding it, I should say.
You are at advantage.
Oh snap! That's right.
After all of the fighting that you've done tonight, all of the rest you've had to shake off, with Bolton trying to hold this thing's head still, you lunge out with the rapier, and you connect. Please add your proficiency modifier to your attack roll from now on.
Oh sweet.
And also please roll damage.
Okay.
All right. Your rapier goes straight through its jaw, and you pull it out, and you see like wisps of shadow coming off of this thing. And some of that shadow just dissipates into the air, and some of it kind of recoalesces. But it is... You have its attention now.
Cool.
Ying.
So wait, what all is there again?
There is one of the little guys, and a very large, shadowy snake that is currently grappling Bolton.
Well, I'm gonna attack the thing attacking my sister.
Okay.
Oh look, a 1.
Oh, missed.
Well, you can't go further down.
Missed.
It's only up from here.
Yeah, missed. Saphira and Epi.
So Farron's
Um,
gonna
Oh, good.
stab at the thing again.
That hits. All right, that also connects. You keep poking little holes in this thing, but it is very determined to make its way up Mount Saphira.
Well, it's kind of hard. You don't do a lot of damage when you jab Jello. It takes a few pokes.
Yes. Epi.
Let's make Jello.
That hits. And as Saphira does her best to kind of hold this thing away from your body, you T-ball it, and it is now Jello across the back of your bat.
Leave my friend alone.
Any claps?
Ah, good job.
I don't think we're done yet.
You are not.
I mean, there's still a snake and maybe more of those things.
In my brain, Epi has not even noticed a snake because it would be behind them.
Yes.
Oh, there is a snake.
This is still at Bolton.
With a gasp and a sudden shaking of his body, Bolton clutches his chest, no longer fighting the snake, as he collapses to the ground.
Saphira and Ying and Epi, you all hear a thud and look behind you as Bolton lies on the ground, a large, shadowy, snake-like creature behind him. Hey, Bolton, make a death save. Okay.
It could have been worse.
You are a half orc. Can't you return to 1 HP?
Oh, actually,
Oh, yes, you can.
You
Never
say,
seen-
no, I'm not dying. I'm still standing.
and clutching his chest, he kind of twitches and then grabs the creature's head, pinning it to the ground. Just fucking stop it! Through clutched teeth and straining body, he's again assisting the first person to kill the fucking thing.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hit with my king.
All right.
Advantage.
That
Whoops.
hits.
I'm going crazy. Apologies.
All right. You give it another square hit. It does seem to recoil from you, but it still seems to be doing okay. This thing is much hardier than the other creatures.
So I yell back to everybody else and like, somebody hit it!
Hey, go after it.
All right. Go, Mist, go!
Maybe this kind of thing I can hit. Nope.
Oh my god.
No.
Saphira, what do you do?
Let's see. Bolton is holding its head. Well, I'm gonna go. See if I can grab its tail and maybe distract it and get it to stop attacking Bolton.
All right. Make. You can either do this to give somebody else advantage, or you can make a charisma check to try and get it to go after you instead of Bolton.
I think I'll probably go with the advantage.
All right.
Mr. Trusty's time to shine. Epi goes in with her trusty, or their trusty barbed wire bat. Yes!
Very nice. Holy moly.
I don't know if the piercing gets doubled also or not.
This thing's tail just vanishes into a puff of smoke, and it rears its head back, and you think that if it could scream, it probably would.
Good. Thanks, Silver.
I mean, my pokies, my dagger was not doing much anyway.
To be fair, I missed with Mr. Trusty 3 times in a row.
I mean, when I did hit, I did 1 damage. This thing seemed like it needed a bit more oomph.
Mm-hmm. Still seems like it needs a little more oomph.
there anything else coming to attack us?
Make a perception check.
Wow.
Looking back at the big tear, you do see a claw starting to make its way through.
I think there's another one coming.
Bolton is currently probably having a heart attack, actually. not probably. He's probably having a heart attack.
Yes.
And he's coated, soaked in cold sweat, and he's thrown up at least once now.
Well, Epi, you have successfully managed to get this thing's attention, and it releases its hold on Bolton.
Goodbye, cruel world.
And wraps itself around you.
Is that a 9?
No, this is an effect that you can get out of on your turn.
Okay.
Sorry, this should say takes 1 cold damage when the grapple starts.
Okay. Yep, that hits.
How you doing?
I have 2 HP.
Oh, cool.
These just always have advantage?
No, I just don't have advantage turned off. Whoops.
That's why they asked about whether it was a 9 or a 22 for the constrict.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
know if Constrict actually hit or not.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
I can't make it turn off. Dead debut roll 20. Another one of these things pulls itself through the tear and plops on the ground. And it is currently seems disoriented for this turn, but may start attacking soon as it looks around at the lot of you very hungrily. Bolton.
It's a real struggle, but Bolton manages to make his way to his feet and drags the sledgehammer, well, more uses it as a cane at this point. And he will try to tackle and hold the snake so that it doesn't attack Epi, or at least so that way Grimsby can finish it off.
All right. As you pick yourself up and look at this thing that has done so much damage to you and is now looks like it's poised to kill Epi, your very good friend's precious child, you feel a anger welling up inside you that you haven't felt in a very long time, and you go into a rage.
Oh boy. So advantage on strength stuff?
Yes, advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Then Bolton's gonna grapple it.
All right. It is now grappled in return.
And can we still count that as him trying to pin it for them?
Sure.
Thank you. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it!
Okay.
If it's grappled while grappling me, am I still grappled?
Yes.
My brain hurts.
Double grapple.
Bolton's pinning you and it to the post.
Please don't say that second part.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and stab it.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, rip. There's just too many bodies in the way, and you're having a hard time finding an opening for your rapier. I hear a young child.
It sounds adorable.
he's whispering to me about Animal Crossing.
Aww.
The best of games.
Yes.
Do you have Animal Crossing, Jamie?
No, I don't.
Do you have a switch change?
Ying. As all of this frustration of just being unable to hit and seeing this thing thrash around, very distracted by the rest of the people in your party, it sort of dawns on you that if you just take a second, maybe hide behind something, you might be able to get a better hit in. So you may use your bonus action to hide if you wish.
Yes, I think I'll try doing that.
And
I was just gonna say, forever the rogue.
yes, this is forever the rogue. You may take advantage on this next attack. That just hits.
8 max damage.
Very nice. Your dagger pierces into the back of this thing, and it writhes. It's looking very hurt. Saphira and Epi. Who wants to go first?
Probably the person not being grappled first.
Well, I'm gonna try and stab at the thing that is grappling my friend.
Okay.
Your very almost dead friend.
I'm not very good at it.
No, that misses.
So, is it wrapped around my arms?
Partially. You can still attack. You're not at disadvantage to do so. You just can't go anywhere.
Well, I figure if I can hit it with an attack, if I can make the strength save, I could hit it with an attack, and I might as well do that if it's almost dead.
Alright. Let me just check something real quick.
So I want you guys to know that the picture I'm drawing of Grimsby is very bare knuckle boxer, and I'm just doing anatomy right now, so he's a very muscle bound, sexy gnome at the moment.
I love it. Oh, whatever. I'm playing a little fast and loose with the rules. Add a 1d8 to that.
Is that a smite?
It is.
Oh, I didn't know if I was going to be a cleric or a paladin. I'll take paladin.
You bring your hammer back and swing it at this thing's face. And as you do so, you feel just a little bit of warmth from your holy symbol. And your bat starts to glow and smashes this thing in the face. And it just disintegrates into little wisps of shadow. And does not reform.
Thanks, Shantaria.
However, you do hear labored breathing from behind you. Bolton.
Yo. And Bolton goes down again. I can only do that once.
Bolton falls onto the ground. One of these tiny little things sitting on his back, chewing into his arm. What do you do?
I get a much better death save roll.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
So it's still like it's like on the very fringe of things, right? At this point, we think, like very close to death.
This one is new. This one came through the portal while you were fighting.
Okay. I'm gonna try and kill that one then.
All right.
The snake got smoted.
That misses. Missed.
Oh, how did it attack it?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm getting better.
Very nice, that hits. Your dagger, jabs into it, and it screams out at you. It is not dead, but it looks like you did a fair chunk of damage to it.
Scream back at it.
Saphira, Epi.
I'm gonna try poking with my dagger again.
Alright. That hits! You killed it! And with that, Saphira plunges her dagger into this last creature, and it falls silent. And all you hear is the hum of this tear in the air, and Bolton's unconscious, labored breathing.
Epi runs over to Bolton and sees if there's anything that they can do to stabilize him.
Make a medicine check. Jamie has forgotten the rules for medicine checks.
I think a 10 is stabilized.
I think a 10 is stabilized.
Everyone in my campaign who can do that just has magic now.
Yeah. He is stable. You managed to do you use like some of your shirt, or did you just happen to have bandages with you?
Let me see what is in my actual inventory. Because I do have a few things. I have my regular, like I'm still wearing my vestments from work from the day because I went directly to the tavern. So I tear off a piece of my regular clothes that are in my bag.
All right. And you very quickly bandage some of his wounds, and you feel pretty confident that he still needs some time to heal, but he'll be okay. He will live. Saphira.
Yes.
There is this portal, this tear, still floating in the middle of this old windmill.
We need to do something about this. Does anyone know how to do anything with tears that monsters come out of?
Make an intelligence check. You feel like there's something, like you should know something, but the adrenaline is still rushing through your body after that fight, and you just can't quite focus.
Bolton had talked about collapsing the windmill in the hopes of shuttering it. But he's sort of unconscious right now.
He is.
And sort of probably having a heart attack.
I mean, I think we may have stopped that. But I don't know if collapsing the building would destroy the tear. Wouldn't hurt to try, but we should get Bolton out of the building first.
We should all be out of the building before we collapse it.
Well, yes, but Bolton's not able to get out on his own.
Correct.
All right. How many people does it take to pull Bolton out of this building?
He's 300 pounds.
Dragging rules. Oh, Epi drags him out.
All right.
It's you can drag 30 times your strength score. I can drag him.
Careful not to reopen his wounds. Epi grabs Bolton by the shoulders and drags him out. What do the rest of you do?
I yeet the globe at the portal.
Huh.
If at first you don't, sucks yeet. Yeet again.
God damn it. Roll. I mean, it's a stationary target. Roll me a d20. All right. It goes through the portal. And like 10 seconds pass, and you see coming out of the portal faint wisps of fog. And then it starts to get more and more.
Whoa.
Saphira, make another intelligence check for me.
Nice.
There we go! You're not really sure what it is. Something... You're just thinking about that book for a second, and how it could, if that is what's causing all of this, and some of the stuff that you read that you couldn't quite understand, and then it all just kind of clicks into place. And your hands move in the air without really thinking about it. And does Saphira wear jewelry?
might have a simple necklace, but nothing fancy.
Your necklace starts to glow with a bright white light. And you instinctively know, even though you're not quite sure how it all worked, that you did that.
Oh, we have light now.
And you look back at that tear, and it seems to be getting smaller. The hum that it was emitting is getting higher and sharper, more like a screech.
I don't think these tears like light. I will move closer to it.
As you move closer to it, the screech gets higher and higher, like nails on a chalkboard, and it starts to get thinner and shorter until that sound is so high you can't hear it anymore. And then there's nothing. That tear is gone. Please make me a wisdom saving throw. You just feel that it's over. You did the thing that closed this gap, and you are filled with a sense of relief and accomplishment. And then all of a sudden, the hair on the back of your neck stands on end, and you can feel it in every fiber of your being that there is something watching you. You are frozen in place as you feel a hand creep up the back of your neck. Fingers crawl along your jaw and to your eye, but you can't see anything there. Into your eye, as you hear laughter echo in your mind. And then whatever it was is gone. But your eye feels cold.
I'll reach up and touch my eye. See if it feels strange.
Epi, you go back in the windmill after dragging Bolton out, and you see that tear is gone. And Saphira is just standing in the middle of the windmill, touching her eye.
Are you okay?
My eye just feels cold.
Does anything with her eye look wrong?
Not that you can tell immediately.
One eye hasn't turned blue or something?
No.
Probably just tired. It's been a long evening already.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
All right. Ying, Grimsby.
I think Grimsby is probably hitting his flask a little bit that he refilled earlier, and just sort of absorbing what has happened. But if anything, he's probably over closer to Bolton, more concerned about him. And is he up on his, or is Bolton up on his feet?
No.
No.
Well,
Okay.
oh yeah, David, roll 1d4.
Alrighty.
Okay, it's gonna be a while before he wakes up.
Okay. Well, I was going to give him a sip, but not anymore.
He's been dry since he moved to town, but he would have taken that sip if he was conscious.
All right.
I think after tonight he earned it.
Yeah. The other three exit the windmill, and the area around it is still dead. And you can't see the town very well from here. You can just see some lights. But Saphira, somehow you know that closing that one, no, none of those other tears will appear. And you're not sure how you know that.
Well, I think we should get Bolton back to town.
That's a good idea. I'm feeling really tired too, says the person with 2 hit points.
Mary's not going to be very happy with us.
I mean, he's not dead.
Get tired.
Let's not tell her that.
This little moment of levity after such a stressful event. Ying, you look up at the sky and you see a little streak of light pass through the stars.
Shooting star.
And then another one. And another one.
I urge Saphira to look.
Vera looks and smiles.
And the five of you, one cannot enjoy the shooting stars tonight, but the rest of you take a quiet moment to appreciate being alive and appreciate the shooting stars above you. And you slowly make your way back to town. Bolton, you wake up the next morning to a very tearful Mary.
I think last night was A little bit more of the old times that I didn't really need. You doing okay, darling?
Yeah, of course. I'm really proud of you. I heard what you did.
Did my best.
I know you did.
The others got out okay?
Yeah, for the most part.
Is, Sam mad at me?
Uh, 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 maybe
Bolt-
give her a couple of days.
Bolton nodded. But Eppy's fine, right?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
They got a good head on their shoulders, even if they, are a little bit battle crazy. Neil, hold her hand and squeeze it. Love you, darling.
I love you.
And I don't think Bolton's getting out of bed today, because that was a lot.
Yeah, it was. Grimsby, you get back to your tavern, and it is not irreparable by any stretch, but there is a fair amount of damage. A number of tables and chairs have been destroyed.
I go about my business slowly cleaning things up. I put up a little sign on the door, like "Pardon our dust," and just close for the day, so we can, clean up sludge and repair tables, until we find, newly made replacements, and to give Dewdrop and Nerlila the day off, but keeping Olpen and Drake on so we can, just get everything else in order.
Yeah. Even though you spend most of the day fixing up your place, a few people drop by to see how things are, and to gossip a little bit. You hear that there were a couple of other people that died from these things.
I would say that he takes some money out of his coffers to sort of start like a fund for people that have died in the incident.
Yeah. And while you're fixing up the second floor, your eyes keep going back to that room where that strange man was going to stay.
Did anybody in town hear anything else about him after the fact?
There was a sort of the town drunk was wandering around and did see somebody making their way very quickly towards the east of town that they didn't recognize.
Okay. So I'll maybe keep my ear open for any more information about that throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then I return the rapier as well.
Alright. Saphira and Ying, you go back home to your mom, and she's very happy to see that you're okay, mostly. Saphira, part of you sort of hopes that when you go to sleep and then wake up again, all of the things that you've been seeing and hearing will just have been a bad dream. But you wake up the next day and the shadows still move and you still hear whispers.
Part of me wants to get rid of that book. Not something normal for Saphira, who will take any book.
Mm-hmm.
This one just seems like it maybe isn't a good book. But I'm not exactly sure how I would destroy it, because if it's not a good book, maybe nobody should have it.
Mm.
In lieu of not knowing how to destroy it, maybe I'll take it to the temple and see if they know what to do with it.
All right. Epi, when you get back, your mom is very, very tearful and sort of angry about how hurt you are.
But we stopped it. It's fine. I just need to sleep.
You're covered in blood.
Correct.
And she bandages your wounds. You hear her sniffling a couple of times.
It's okay. Everyone, well, not everyone. A lot more people would have got hurt if we hadn't gone out there and done what we did.
I know. I'm really proud of you. But why did it have to be you?
I mean, Reverend Oakenfinger's too old to do this kind of thing. I say as I look at the bloody bat that is next to the door, covered in barbed wire.
She gives you a hug.
We'll be okay, Mom.
I love you.
I love you too.
She hugs you tighter.
Ow! That hurts.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Over the next couple of days, Bolton recovers, gets well enough to walk again, brave enough to go see Sam again. Grimsby, you do not get any more information about this strange man who walked into town. It takes a little bit longer between Epi and Oakfinger to figure out what is up with his book. There is a curse on this book, and that curse is now upon Saphira. It is a book of very powerful magic, but it comes with a price. And after much research, Oakfinger informs you, rather sadly, that he doesn't think that destroying this book gets rid of the curse. It has to be willingly passed on to somebody else.
Can you tell her what the curse does?
It has something to all he can tell, because he does not do magic, is that it has something to do with the realm of shadow. And that this curse was probably placed on this book by somebody very, very powerful.
Well, Saphira doesn't want to pass this on to anyone else, so. In lieu of being able to do anything about it, you may as well use the power in the book.
Mm-hmm. One night, your mom tearfully informs you that she still knows a couple of your father's old friends, that maybe one of them might be able to help. But it's going to mean you going on a very long journey. Probably a dangerous one.
Well, Saphira will ask where she can find them and go tell her friends and companions of that night that she has to go find some help.
He totally wants to come with you.
Your mother is resigned.
I think that's part of the reason why she was so sad when telling Saphira.
Yeah.
Because she knew you would go too.
Yeah.
Bolton seems to bite his lip a lot and look at Mary. Before at last nodding a little. Can't have a young one wandering unwatched. Though I didn't want to leave the peaceful city, the peaceful small town. I know the city. Better to have someone who's dealt with the scum than go into a hive unaware.
Mary looks very proud and very sad at the same time. Kind of rubs your arm.
And he'll hug her around the hips.
You're a good man, Bolton.
I'm trying my best to be good enough to deserve your attention, darling. And he's, slightly weepy himself.
Yeah.
Grimsby would probably spend a little bit of time needing to train up Ulfin and Drake on, more day-to-day activities that he participates in the running of the place.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'd be willing to go along. But he would need to make sure that affairs are in order for the Chalice before doing so.
Yeah. Drake is bright enough to figure it all out, and Ulfin can probably keep him disciplined. What
Where-
about Epi?
Where does Saphira tell Epi about this?
I think Saphira might. She might either wait till evening and go talk to Epi at home. So that if there's any complaints from Sam, we can deal with them immediately.
Epi turns and looks at their mom. Well, I can't, not help her, can I?
I guess not.
It's kind of my fault. I'm the one who invited her to the bar that night.
This isn't your fault.
Eh,
Don't say that.
it's possible to take responsibility for things that aren't your fault. And then Epi turns to Saphira. What was it I said that night? Destiny's calling for us. It'd be rude not to say hello back. And they pick up Mr. Trusty from beside the door and follow Saphira out the door. We'll be back in no time, Mom.
You better. And the five of you meet up on the road. Ready for your next big adventure. And that's the end.
That was a lot of fun, Jamie.
Right, yeah, it was.
Oh, I'm glad. Almost on the dot.
Perfect timing.
Oh.